All right, very good morning to you, and wherever in the world you're watching from. And we are witnessing the final of the Kingston Wharves under 15 competition. St. Elizabeth taking on St. Mary. And St. Elizabeth will be the team batting after winning the toss. And there are the two openers coming out. And that is a look at some of the statistics regarding the tournament. So it's a 50 overs contest. So Kevon Brown and Damian Mason are the two opening batsmen. And Dejon Taylor will be the bowler. Kevon Brown will be taking strike. And there he is taking his guard. So we are all set for ball one in what could be an intriguing under 15 final. Only two people can be outside of the circle. And the two people outside, third man. Well, in fact, only one person outside the circle at the moment. And the umpire is just checking that all is well. And there are the fielders. Regulation umbrella field inside the circle. There's a slip though. And it's there's the leg side field, mid on, mid wicket. The man just behind the square leg umpire. Here's the first ball. And fairly well pitched up delivery. And Kevon Brown goes forward. Dejon Taylor, tall youngster. And from the look of that, not too much pace. And that signaled a wide. He was wide of the crease to begin with. And got the radar all wrong. You'd have to bowl that again. So here's Taylor again. Oh, that's punched nicely off the back foot out towards third man. And that's the first run of the morning. First run off the bat, that is. And Kevon Brown is off the mark with that nice little steering off the back foot out towards the wide third man region. And St. Elizabeth are on the way. 2 without loss, still in the first over. Now Damian Mason, left-handed, will take strike. Again, only one slip. And let's see. That's driven up towards cover. And no run resulting. Taylor again. And that's down the leg side, and poor delivery that. Not having the best of starts is Taylor. He was wide outside the off stump to the right-hander and wide down the leg side to the left-hander, so definitely want to get the radar right. Made a line, but no run resulting. And this is tucked away down the leg side. Did he get some bat on that? But no signal, so there must have been some touch. But again, Dejon Taylor. Dejon Taylor's radar is way off the mark. And that's hit out towards wide mid-on. That goes into the boundary. That's the first 4. And Damon Mason gets some good runs through the leg side. And St. Elizabeth now 7 without loss after over number 1. So St. Elizabeth on 7 without loss after the opening over. And we're about to see the second over. We'll get the bowler's name in just a bit. It's Kevon Brown. Well, Javon Shim is the bowler. Oh, that was right up. Yorker length. And Kevon Brown came down on it quite well. So it's Shim again. Quite a tall youngster with a nice, easy action. And Brown forced to defend. Ball may have just popped from a length, but well played in the end by Kevon Brown. Good delivery as well from Javon Shim, so that's just good cricket all round. Again, nice, easy approach from Shim. And again, bang on target, Kevon Brown solidly in behind it. Looks to be a fairly compact youngster. Man at mid-off there just rubbing away. Shim again. And that's played out square on the offside. They get a single. The man at point, had he picked up that, could have been interesting. That's run number 8. brings the left-handed Mason on strike. Mason on 4. And it's Javon Ashim who will bowl. Again, that's the one slip. And field regulation field after that. 4 people in the circle on the offside. And that's a wideish delivery. In fact, now signal wide. And Damon Mason went for the drive, but was never going to get close to that. And Shim was started fairly well. We'll hope to do a little bit better this time with his line. Oh, that's a good delivery. Very, very well bowled. Touchdown, may have just left Mason a touch. The umpire just ensuring that one delivery is left. Fairly impressed with this youngster. He has a nice, easy action. And with time and more strength could gain a little bit more pace. That's edged past the man at slip down to the third man boundary. That's 4. Between the keeper and the man at first slip. Genuine error. And Mason gets 4 more, but that was injudicious for sure. But he lives to fight on. 13 without loss now after 2. So Dijon Taylor will continue. And Kevon Brown will face up. Wide outside the off stump. Not too wide to influence the umpire to have the arms outstretched. But definitely wide off the target. Taylor again. Driven back towards the bowler. That's a better shot. And Dijon Taylor was trying to maybe not go for pace in the early exchanges here. Looking to be a little bit more accurate with his line. Here is he again. And that's an attempted drive. Ball was pitched fairly well up. And Kevon Brown going for the drive through the extra cover region. Didn't get into touch. And through to the keeper. And Kevon Brown just drops this one into the onside. Leading run scorer in the competition. I'll get some of the details for you, but looks to be a fairly organized youngster. He's the captain of the St. Elizabeth team as well. Looks to be fairly compact in defense. And here's Taylor again to bowl to Brown. And that's wide. Just outside off. I'm just telling my scorers that my phone is a new phone. I had my phone stolen, Leon, about 5 days ago or so. But Kevon Brown, the leading scorer in the competition, and started slowly, but he does look compact and gets one that leaves him. The umpire may have been tempted to signal wide again. But in the end, went away from the batsman. No shot offered. Taylor again. Oh, that's a good delivery. Just jumping off a length. And Dejon Brown, or Kevon Brown, I'm just pushing it on the offside. No run. End of the third over. And St. Elizabeth 14 without loss. And just looking here now, Kevon Brown from St. Elizabeth, 7 matches, and he scored 328 runs with an average of 54. So he's done pretty well. Here's the fourth over. Edged and dropped. Dropped at slip. Javon Sim getting the outside edge of Damian Mason. And it went straight to the man at slip. Couldn't hold on. Well, they've changed the slip fielder. This would have been technically the second opportunity going through that direction. And Mason living dangerously. Here's him again. He in the air, out towards point. He is caught him. So the short sojourn of Mason has come to an end. And St. Mary picking up their first wicket. Stets, well, it's not Stets, it's St. Elizabeth. Now 14 for 1. And we're in over number 4. So Mason trying to tug that one through the leg side. Losing his wicket. So the new batsman is Odain Binns. And he's pushing forward confidently out towards extra cover. St. Elizabeth 14 for 1. We're in over number 4. There is Javon Shim, tall youngster. Has a nice rhythmic action. Isn't going for pure pace at the moment. Look at him go. Nice action. And play and miss. St. Mary team geeing each other up on the field. As we welcome my colleague Sean Grant, who will be joining me in due time. And you can see from the build of this youngster that he has a fast bowling metal. He has tall with long arms, nice, easy rhythmic run up. And that's a good delivery. Is he edging? He's gone. That's another wicket. And it's Kevon Brown it is. Or was that Odain Binns who went? That's Brown. In fact, Kevon Brown, the competition's leading run scorer, edging away. And Javon Sims claiming his second wicket. Sean Grant, your thoughts on what you've seen so far?
Well, I haven't seen much, though, because I just arrived on the grounds, though, to be honest. But the Minnie May says St. Mary is the favourite to take the title. They have been undefeated so far. And one thing about this team, though, although unbeaten, they went up against St. Catherine, and that game was rained out. But between these two teams, though, the only unbeaten team, but St. Elizabeth, they lost to Westmoreland, and that's the only match they've lost so far in this competition. So many persons are expecting St. Mary to pull through or to come through.
All right, the new batsman is Jaleel Smith. And that's Dijon Taylor's figures at the moment. 2 overs. And has conceded 8. So the new batsman to take strikes, St. Elizabeth in a spot of bother at the moment. Jaleel Smith gets a delivery well pitched up and plays out into the offside. So 4 overs gone. And St. Elizabeth now 14 for 2. Good start by this St. Mary team.
Well, unexpected, though, and I wouldn't say experienced, though, but disciplined start from the St. Mary team. That's what they've shown all season long, and they've continued on that length. I expect them to prepare or to perform like this in this final at Sabina Park. So expectations are high, as we stated before, but let's see what will happen for the rest of this innings. Persons not expecting a long match today, though, between these two teams. Haven't seen a lot of runs scored from all of the teams in this year's competition, but guess what? Let's see what will happen.
All right, so is this Dijon Taylor who will be continuing? And Odain Binns will be taking strike. Fairly diminutive youngster. Good delivery. Well played.
Binns facing his first delivery, though, has been at the crease for some time, watching a delivery, or shall I say, his partner go back to the pavilion. But let's see, that was a slow delivery coming from Taylor, well judged by Binns.
So Taylor again in his third over to bowl to Binns. Right up. Yorker length. And Binns coming down on it. And playing back up the pitch. No run. So here's Dijon Taylor again. That's steered out towards a third man. And that's Odain Binns' first run. St. Elizabeth now 15 for 2. And he played that pretty well in the end, Sean.
A bit concerned with that delivery, though, from Taylor. Slower delivery than the one he bowled before, but that was way outside the off stump, giving Binns a lot of room and a lot of time to play that through the offside.
Yeah, for a youngster that is so, you want to say well built, tall, you think he does have it in him to go through at a more rapid rate. He's bowled him! Oh, St. Elizabeth are struggling at the moment. It's LBW. In fact, I thought for a minute the stumps were touched. But going for a drive to a full-length delivery. And St. Elizabeth in some trouble here. Odain Binns is the batsman at the other end. It was Jaleel Smith who went LBW. I don't think he would have too much complaints about that. And St. Elizabeth technical rapidly losing their way here. 15 for 3. And Dijon Taylor now among the wickets as well.
Well, you have to ask what was Smith thinking about. That ball was pitched about off stump, and he played across the line, trying to play it on the onside. And as a coach, though, you'll berate him when he comes in the pavilion because that's not how you play the game. As at this young age, you want them to play straight. If not even making any runs, you want them to play straight.
Indeed. So the new batsman is Shahiri Jado. Is that the correct pronunciation, Sean? Jadu? My co-commentator saying that it is Jadu as opposed to Jado. But what we know is St. Elizabeth Technical struggling at the moment, 15 for 3. It's St. Elizabeth Parish struggling at 15 for 3 at the moment. With Dijon Taylor 1 for 9, he's in his third over. And let's see what Jado does. Down the leg side, he did get some bat onto that. That will run out towards fine leg. And he wants a second. This could be tight, and this could be a run out, is it? The umpire says no. For a split second, Jado's mouth or heart must have been in his mouth. I don't think that was the best advised second run you'll ever see. But St. Elizabeth goes up to 17 now for 3. All right, so Dijon Taylor again. That's down the leg side. No signal, so must have just brushed the pad on the way through. And after another over, after the completion of over number 5, St. Elizabeth 17 for 3. So there's a scorecard. Kevon Brown caught Giovanna Richards, bowled shim. Damon Mason caught Ajari James, bowled shim again. And Jalil Smith, LBW to Dijon Taylor without scoring. Odain Binns and Shahira Jado, or Jadu, are the two not out batsmen.
Well, Shim has been the leading wicket taker for St. Mary, has 19 wickets so far coming into this game, and he's continuing that. Has some pace though, and in terms of his deliveries are measured properly.
Down the leg side, wide signaled. And that's Javon Shim again. He's taken 2 wickets for 11. He's in his third over, but that was too much down the leg side. 2 for 6 in his third over. I hear Shim again.
Testing.
That's it on the pad. There's a stifled appeal.
1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2.
I'd have been an inside edge onto that. And no run resulting.
I was straying again though. As you were speaking earlier on about Shim, 19 wickets in this competition this year. And many may say not necessarily the length it has been, but a very good bowler, that is Shim.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Punch square on the offside. Maybe the shot of the morning so far. They're coming back for the second. And a nice confident shot that from Binns, Sean Graham.
Well, Binns has scored 71, his top score in this year's competition. So he can bat, but he has a little time to work himself in whenever he comes to the crease. And he's doing that today. But St. Elizabeth needs him to stay at the crease if they are to make good runs.
Indeed. And here's the youngster Shim with a rag at the back of the trousers. Just a little bit short that time around. Oh, that's a lovely, confident defensive shot. I like the look of this youngster, Odain Bin Sean. When it's bad, he does put back to it, but seems to be fairly compact in defense as well.
As I said before, it takes his time, though. When he settles in, you'll get some shots from him, though. But that delivery from Shim, you saw him with some raw pace, but that delivery held back the pace. A slow delivery, rolled his hands over the ball, and it went between off and mid.
There you go, indeed. Here is he again. wide. There was some shape on it though. Not signaled a wide, but too wide to influence a stroke.
I like that delivery from Shim. Kept a bit low though. The movement from that moved over off, pitched about middle and off outside the off stump and moved away from the right-hander. That in itself shows some movement from this young man. He can move the ball and he has some pace.
Here's he again. This one worked out towards fine leg. There's nobody at fine leg. This could run all the way to the boundary. In fact, it does. A little bit too straight from Shim. And tucked away nicely by Odain Binns. And when you don't have a fine leg, you don't want to bowl anywhere close to mid and leg. Well played in the end. And St. Elizabeth now 23 for 3 from 6.
If you look at the last 3 deliveries from Shim, first I'm talking about was a slower delivery, rolled his hands across the face of the ball. The next, outside the off stump, movement away from the right-hander. And then he pitched about middle and leg, and wanting to move away from the right-hander, misdirected, and certainly Binns took advantage of that.
Here's he again to Binns. He pulls that. Nice shot in the end. I don't think he quite got hold of it. And this could be tight. No, the second easily taken. It was a short ball, and he wound up for the pull shot through the mid-wicket region. Maybe just not getting it quite in the middle, but the intent was there, Sean Grant. And Odain Binns continues to blossom. It's now 25 for 3.
Blossom is the right word, though. And what we saw from Binns a short while ago, we talked about him and his confidence and sitting in the crease that he has done. And he has blossomed, as you said before. He's growing in stature. He's growing in confidence. And you're seeing it in his shot selection. And that was pitched about middle and off and tried to pull it on the onside, though. Did not take full advantage of that. Was a bit short, though. From Shim, but guess what? You're going to see some more strokes from this young man.
All right, then. So, we'll start of a new over. Looks to be Dijon Taylor again. D-I-J-O-N, Sean. Do you think his parents named him after anybody that you and I may know?
No.
It's a good delivery and forcing the batsman to just play it out onto the offside.
Good delivery just outside the off stump, coming into the right-hander with some bounce, though, and using his height.
Yeah. And there's a replay. The batsman was well and truly behind it. Only one slip. 3 people on the onside. They can have 2 outside of the circle at the moment, but now only the third man. That's outside the 30-yard. Here's Taylor again. And that's pulled away over the infield, over the onside. That should disappear through mid-wicket. And I did say that these 2 youngsters are looking more and more positive. Good shot, that, Sean Grant.
Good shot, poor delivery. That sums it up, though. Good shot, short, and it was dealt with as it should have been, but a poor delivery, no pace at all, and with some height, and just outside the off stump. Short and dispatched.
Yeah, let's see. No fast bowler like to be pulled through mid-wicket like that. And as you said, didn't have the pace. The batsman had all the time. How does Taylor respond? Oh, that's a better delivery, that Sean Grant. Pitching up. And again, maybe just slight movement away, but there is where you want to be bowling.
I'm smiling from ear to ear, to be honest. A better delivery, although not the best, though, was a bit wayward outside the off stump. Had to come in some more for the batsman to play. But a better delivery from what he bowled before when he was dispatched. Coming back and showing that he has some mettle, that he indeed merits a place on St. Mary's team.
Indeed. Here's... Oh, beats the batsman again. He genuinely played at that. Was trying to give the impression that he pulled the bat away in time, but he genuinely played at it and threw to the keeper.
He was beating all ends up. Come on, Orville. He was beating all ends up. I don't know who he would
I
be
said
fooling.
he was giving the impression. I agree with you.
I don't know who he would be fooling.
And the inconsistency of Dijon Taylor, he can bowl deliveries like those. That's another good delivery. Again, inducing a stroke. Sean Grant is almost orgasmic as he likes how that delivery went through.
I loved that delivery, though. Has to pitch up a little bit more. He bowled a delivery like that earlier on in this over, but it was a bit about half an inch outside the off stump. came a little bit closer to the right-hand batsman, but he has to come a little bit more if he's going to get that edge.
And here's Taylor again. Oh, that was even better. What a on over that was. 3 or 4 deliveries, Sean. That touchdown maybe about mid-enough, forcing the batsman to play and then getting that late movement through to the keeper. A bit unlucky not to have found the edge on at least one of those occasions. And after being hammered through the onside for 4, what a comeback from the young man.
Has to pitch it up a little bit more. Has to pitch it up a little bit more if the batsman is to good play at that. He is very, very deceptive in terms of the movement of the pitch. But guess what? The batsman, knowing that the movement is there, is very, very, looking like I'm a detective. I'm not going to come out just like that and give away my wicket.
Yeah, forced to play. So it's not as if those deliveries that beat him were deliveries that he couldn't play at. They were threatening the stumps, but just moved away late. And Shim will continue. The obligatory rag at the back of the pocket, arms akimbo. And he will start his run again. Bowling to Binns. A good delivery, but no shot.
Fuller length delivery from Shim outside the off stump. And Binns being very watchful with the deliveries from Shim, though. But let's see what Shim has to offer. Though I know that's what he's telling himself. But if it comes closer, you know that Binns is going to play the shots.
So Shim in his 5th over. Remember, no bowler can bowl more than 10. So his captain giving him quite a lengthy opening burst here. That's played out towards straightish mid-wicket. Quite a diminutive youngster there, Sean. He can't be much, probably more than maybe 11 years old. Starting quite early at
Could
mid-wicket.
be 14 or 15, you know.
You never know.
Doesn't mean that the height tells anything.
Yeah,
Someone could be 4'4" and still be 22.
Well, there you go. Here's Shim again. He's taken 2 for 13, so he's done some damage. Oh, no ball. Except for the no ball, it was a pretty good delivery just outside off. But just overstepped the front crease.
Well, we don't have the equipment to go by the ruling set by the ICC because no balls now are being called by the third umpire.
Yep. Not that advanced at this stage yet, Sean. But I like the look of Binns. He's fairly compact in defense, but when it's short, he's not afraid to play some shots. And he's going in the air. This could be out caught. Let's see what happens here. He's taking it. No. It was a no ball.
I was just about to tell you that, though, but you sound orgasmic a shot while ago. Didn't want to
did.
stop you.
Didn't remember that it was a no ball. And maybe that is why Binns went for the shot.
Well, he swiped at it more so than
knowing
anything.
that he couldn't be out. So Binns moves to, what's that, 8 from 13?
Yes, indeed.
And Shim will come back. And this time, Jadou, 4 from 8. Down the leg side, and again, without fine leg, you don't want to be anywhere close to the leg stump. And maybe the captain will have to do something. They are allowed to have 2 outside the circle. There's a third man. And again, the absence of a fine leg, the bowler bowling the wrong line. And that's tickled down to fine leg for 4.
Well, Shim string on the leg side, as you saw on your screen, though. But Jadou does assisting it to go on the leg side to the fine leg region for 4, though. Easy 4 runs for Jadou and easy 4 runs for St. Elizabeth.
I think the captain may have just missed a trick here. You could have another man in the fine leg region. Shim again. Oh, he went for an expansive drive for a ball that wasn't quite up. And bouncing through to the keeper. No run. And here's
a replay.
A replay. Wasn't quite up enough for the drive. And didn't get that left foot across. Just put the left foot down the pitch and really just threw the bat at it. And Shim with his final delivery in his 5th over. Again down the leg side and wide signaled again.
Well, it's not his final delivery, though, with that wide. And an extra to the innings of St. Elizabeth. And you see that Shim, I think he's getting a little bit tired, though. His 5th over on the trot has taken 2 for 20 so far. in this matchup. Has now got 21 wickets in the tournament so far. But he's trying to use a slow ball, though, but no direction at all.
Not at all. And this one is outside the off stump. And Jadot was trying to steer it square. Didn't get a touch. That one bounced through. Maybe Shim has come to the end of his tether. And there's that delivery, Sean. Good bounce on the way through.
Good bounce, good height, good direction just outside the off stump. And movement, a bit of movement, though, that you're seeing from that delivery. Not the great movement you've seen from him so far. And I said before, I think he's tiring, and it's showing, especially in this fifth over, or the fifth over we just concluded.
From what we're seeing of the pitch here, it does seem to be a little bit too paced. Some deliveries are just grabbing a little bit, but we're seeing some with some bounce from fairly good lengths as well. So I think it's not the easiest of pitches to score on if the balls are pitched on a length. And who knows, 150 here could prove interesting. Is that Dejon Taylor again? Yeah. And what we are seeing there, he's genuinely getting the ball to shape away. So it's not fluke or buck-ups, as we say in Jamaica.
Well, he has to pitch it up, though, because he has no pace whatsoever. So he has to pitch it up if the batsman is to play at that and get an edge. And if that is to happen, he gets some height with his deliveries. I want the wicketkeeper to take a half a step up, because if he gets an edge, it may die down before it reaches the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, good observation that. Let's see if he has the one that comes back. And again, just a little shape away, but Binns was waiting on it and just pushed square on the offside.
I'm looking on the offside field, though. Because of Taylor's bowling, he's concentrating more so on the offside, just outside the off stump. You have a third man and a slip on a backward point and a cover.
Taylor again. Oh, nice defensive shot. Well bowled, you'd have to say. Also very well played by Binns. Very attractive little youngster. That's his 9th run.
Yes, it is.
And it's now 34 for 3.
Well, that's what St. Elizabeth has to do, though, when you meet upon a bowler with no pace. Just play the ball in the areas and go through for singles and twos.
This time, Jadot is on strike. And he turns around out towards the backward square region. And again, Sean, nobody at fine leg. And you probably could understand it for Dejon Taylor, who's been fairly accurate outside off. But those fielders in the inner circle at extra cover and cover, you could sacrifice one of those and get them out into the fine leg region. That's maybe the 10th run in the last 3 overs that goes in the fine leg region. And in what could be a low-scoring game, you don't want that.
I'm wondering, though, if they have a different ploy for Binns and different ploy for Jadot, though, because they tend to bowl into Jadot's
Well, guess what we're seeing? The man at slip. Well, no, he's coming back. Captain just not sure. They are going to make some adjustments. And now they're going to have a short fine leg. The man at cover, which I was suggesting, is now gone to slip. I think this, in the context of what we're seeing, is a better field.
Good captaincy being displayed. Took a time, though.
Yeah, took a little too long. But these
Never
are
said too long. It took a time.
And that's pitched up and edged, and it's not a bounced ball. They're appealing. They seem to think that this is out, and the umpire has belatedly said yes. So St. Mary are celebrating, and why the umpire took that long is a mystery. No, I'd love to see the replay.
No, it's not a mystery, though. The umpire looked across to her umpire colleague to her right. No decision was made because she thought that the square leg umpire would have told her that, guess what, it didn't bounce or it bounced, because that was the big question. Did it bounce or not?
Here it is, Sean. Maybe your eyes are better than mine. Looks to be fairly straightforward.
He's gone. He's gone. But I think, though, the bat hit the ground. So there are 2 noises. So you can't make a decision like that just like that. You have to think it over and have a conversation with your square leg umpire to decide what is what. I think she made the right call, did not hurry that decision at all, took her sweet time, looked across to her square leg umpire. I don't know if he gave a nod
to say, yeah, it wasn't on the bounce.
Yeah.
But Dejon Taylor deserves that wicket, doesn't he? He's been pitching up, getting the ball to leave the right-handers, and it was only a matter of time before he found the edge.
It was, though, but Jadu, the delivery he bowled before to Jadu, though, was into his pads, swing on the leg side. And I said to you just before that delivery, I'm wondering if it was a ploy to bowl to Jadu into his pads and the other batsman just outside the off stump. But he has been getting a lot of movement outside the off stump whenever he pitches that ball to leave the right-hander. But I told you before, he has to pitch it up.
Yeah, you did say that.
He has to pitch it up.
If you want the edge, you've got to get the ball right up.
Exactly.
You were spot on with that. And St. Elizabeth continues to be... St. Elizabeth continues to lose the wicket. New batsman on strike. We'll tell you who that is in just a little bit. This time a left-handed batsman. And Dejon Taylor will continue. Short. Ball just looping through to the keeper. End of a successful over.
Dying down at the keeper's ankles. I said before, I'd rather Taylor to actually, whenever he's bowling, the wicketkeeper to take a step up. Yes, he was caught, the batsman was caught at the first slip in the last delivery though, or the penultimate delivery of his last over. But yet, in my mind though, I still want the first slip and the wicketkeeper to take a step up or half a step up whenever he's bowling, because he bowls with no pace whatsoever. Has bounce at times.
Yeah, I think the pitch is a little bit too paced though, because that delivery that was caught at slip came off the bat fairly rapidly. And then that delivery is a tennis ball bounce through to the keeper. So I think there's a little too pace. The Shim will continue. A little surprised by that, Sean.
Yes, I am.
This is punched out towards mid-wicket, no run.
Well, that's a full toss by Shim, though. And I said before in his last over, if it is Shim, he's getting a bit jaded, getting a bit tired, and because of that direction, is going all over. And it showed in his last over. He was straying on the leg side, way outside the off stump. And that's first delivery of this over, a full toss.
Jado will continue to face. Oh, that's it in the air, out towards the man at mid-on. This is gone. And the captain says, I'll keep you on, Mr. Shim, because we think you could get wickets. And you'd have to say a careless shot.
Does that shut me up?
No, he did look jaded in that final over. But the captain persisted. And in the end, Shim gets another scalp.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone with him, though, to be honest, or continue with him, though, to be honest. I wouldn't have done that, but the captain did and was rewarded with another wicket of St. Elizabeth. So St. Mary, coming into this final, we see the replay of the last batsman to go back to the pavilion. Oh, but the thing about it is that St. Mary came into this game as a favorite, and they're living up to the expectations so far. However, as my good friend, Mr. George Hertzman from Lucas, or formerly of Lucas Cricket Club, would normally say, once the score is on the board, the score is on the board, no matter what it is.
I don't think it's the easiest of wickets to bat on. There are some deliveries that are standing up like that, and there are those that, when they pitch on a fuller length, go through easier. So I think, who knows, if St. Elizabeth could somehow scramble their way to maybe 110, 120, we could still have a game on our hands here.
Yeah, and as it stands now, we do have a game on our hands because, as I said before, majority of these games that are played in this under-15 back on the calendar after a 2-year hiatus has been low scoring. Because no cricket has been played for some time, and what they have done this year, the organizers, they have, although it's under 15 on paper, some players or some teams have 16-year-olds in their team.
Okay, interesting. So we'll tell you who the two new batsmen are.
Let's hope we'll know in a very short time, though. But one thing I can tell you,
Mr. Scorer, could you help us with the two new batsmen?
They're doing their jobs. They're doing their jobs.
Hard.
They're doing their jobs.
Left-hander on strike.
You know, this competition being played over 30 years. How old are you? Were you alive when it just started?
Yes, I probably was, but didn't play this competition.
No. Talented players play this competition.
Only the talented ones.
Marlon Samuels played this competition. Chris Gale played this competition. West Indies greats play this competition.
Here's Shim again. And that's played out into the offside. And that's what I was telling you, Sean. When they are pitched back of a length, they come through with fairly easy pace. It's when they are pitched a little bit fuller that they go through with a little bit more rapid pace on it.
Yeah, get some steaming pace at that time. But it's interesting, though, the field for the left-hander.
There's a slip. 3 on the offside in the circle, 2 on the on. And that's worked out into the onside in the air for a bit. This could be tight for a run out. Oh, had he hit, you know, Sean, I think the batsman could have been in trouble.
Could have been. The batsman would have been. The batsman would not be in trouble. The batsman would be walking back to the pavilion. He would be no trouble whatsoever because he would be out.
Well, there you go. And that's what you get when your team is struggling at 40 for 5. Panic sets in. Here's it. Just tucks it out into the onside. I don't think this was the most advisable single. And Sean Grant is saying that the batsman would have been dead for...
If it was a direct hit.
If it was a direct hit. So we'll tell you who the 2 new batsmen are in just a bit. But here's Shim again. I think the bowler was lucky to get away with that. That was fairly wide.
That was fairly wide, though, and a full delivery. And I think he is going for more Yorker length deliveries from what we're seeing from him. We saw a delivery earlier on, full toss, and I thought that he was going for a Yorker, but that's overpitched. And now full length just outside the off stump. Not just outside, way outside the off stump. Let's see what he has in this delivery.
This time, a little half appeal. And this time they do have the fine leg. And the ball, well, no signal, so it might have just brushed the inside edge, which may be what has saved the batsman.
Well, if it did not, though, there'll be a full-hearted appeal coming from the field, man, and the bowler. And you saw slower deliveries, fuller length deliveries, trying to go for the Yorker, bowling into the left-hander.
41 the total from 7. It's a very hot day here at Sabina Park. I hear the youngsters already asking for water. I don't think it's a scheduled water break, but it's steaming out there, Sean. The youngsters are calling for drinks.
I don't know anything about the youngsters, though, but it's steaming where we are. That's much as I can say, though. So I would not like to be in the middle right now at Sabina Park. I have another water break. We've seen the water being ushered onto the field not once, not twice, at least 4 times since we've been here. And I do understand why, because the humidity and the heat at the ground here, because we're in the stands. And right now, I am feeling the heat at this present time. I don't know about Orville at all. He looks quite cool. Maybe he has an inside fan.
It is indeed hot. It is indeed hot.
You're not showing it.
No, I'm trying to stay calm. But there are the youngsters just hydrating themselves. I'm not sure there's a scheduled water break.
I don't know, though.
Scheduled water break usually comes after an hour. I don't think we've played anywhere close to an hour yet. But
well, like football, though, you have to increment the schedule. Like if it normally an hour, maybe 15 minutes or 20 minutes because of the humidity. And you have to take that in consideration. There are children, there are 15-year-olds, and maybe a few are older. But guess what? It's the right thing being done by the individuals who are running the competition. I think it's a correct thing to do.
All right, so while the water break is on, we'll take our own water break. And there's the figures. So Dejon Taylor, 5 overs, 2 for 16. And Javon Hashim, 6 overs, 3 for 22. And both of them have done pretty well so far. And St. Mary have certainly grabbed this final by the scruff of the neck.
You know, I'm looking back on some of the scorecards in St. Mary matchups, though. They're restricted to Westmoreland for 89, Kensington Club for 83.
So the script is being followed here. St. Mary apparently are a good bowling team.
Well, Clarendon Cricket Club went to 114, Manchester 73, and St. Anne, what, 90, 91, JDF. 163. So they, in terms of what they have done so far in this competition, with not every game, but 98% of their games, they have restricted the opposing teams for a low score, or maybe between 110 or less.
Well, when you think about it, Sean, St. Mary team were the winners of the SDC All-Ireland competition. And a St. Mary team could very well be the winner of the National Under-15 competition as well.
They've never won this tournament before in their history.
So it tells you that some good things are happening in St. Mary.
Yeah.
Bowling change. And I'll tell you who the new bowler is. In fact, we're still trying to get to know who the batsman is. But here's his first ball. And that wide outside off stump, no shot off it.
Well, wide-ish, you may say, not signaled by the umpire, though, but just outside the off stump to the left-hander. Coming across the left-hander, and that may give him some trouble. But he has to pitch it up, though, and have that ball move away from the left-hander if he's going to make an impact. Well, he can change the direction and get the leg before.
And that's played out into the offside. The bowler is today Noylin, and they take a single that...
A quick single.
I think a little bit of carelessness set in. And is that 39 for 5?
Oh, the screen says 39 for 5.
So we're working with 39
yes,
for 5.
we are. In the 12th over.
Adrian Silveira, another left-handed batsman, will take strike. And Tedin Noylin, slimly built youngster, attempts to run wide and push it across the left-handed batsman. They're just making some feeling changes, bringing over a man. There you see him just at the back of the screen. He's going out towards third man. So they can spread the field a little bit now that we've passed the first power play. Here is Noylin to bowl to Silveira. Oh, that one was wide and, in fact, not stopped by the keeper.
Nice.
So that will be, well, they've taken 2 wides. The umpire did signal wide, so the wicket keeper there allowed that one to go through. Not intentionally, mind you. 2 more extra.
We spoke about St. Mary and their discipline, though, but it seems like they're lacking off, or slacking off, basically. Nolan string outside the off stump twice, and now the third time.
Yeah, the ball dropping in front of the keeper, which, as you and I have mentioned, when it's short, when it hits the middle of the pitch, they tend to die on their way to the keeper, and that was another example of that.
Well, that was a replay of what happened before. So, but the deliveries from Noylin to the left-hander, not bowling into the pads, but just well outside or straying outside the off stump, not allowing or giving the batsman any chance to play any shots at all.
Oh, that was an airy-fairy shot. I'm not sure how you would describe that. He was just flailing at a ball outside off stump.
Silveira, the batsman, stood his ground,
yes,
watched the delivery, and swung at it. Or played at it. Didn't even swing at it, but played at it.
Swing is, the keeper was just trying there to say, if you leave your crease, I've got you. He didn't leave his crease.
Well, what that should tell Noylin is bowl to stumps, and see what happens.
Oh, that's in the air, punched square on the offside. It will be dropping short of the man at third man. It's not the most convincing shot that you'll ever see from Silveira. And one more. The total now goes to 43 for 5. Now brings Garth Pusey on strike.
I'm a little bit upset, though, with Noylin, though, to be honest, operating from the Michael holding end. Now, he saw the shot played by Silveira and saw that he played in the bat high. We get to that after this delivery.
That's a good delivery, that. Played at it, left him on the angle, through to the keeper, no run.
Pusey beat Noylin's up, but going back to the next delivery before, he saw that Silveira was playing with a high bat before. Ball on stumps, and he realized that he's no foot movement at all from Silvera. Ball on stump to see what happened. He went back outside the ploy, outside the off stump. Well, Pusey played at that and just dangled.
Oh, that was straight. That was maybe what you had asked for. Dead on target, but punch back nicely by Pusey.
Yeah, but
not down by the bowler.
I'd rather him bowl like that to Silvera more so than Pusey.
So 12 overs completed. And it's 43 for 5. St. Mary continuing to do well here.
Well, that over, though, looking back on that over, you can say the ploy is to bowl just outside or outside the off stump. He had a few wides in that over, but he was keeping the ball outside the off stump. And Silvera, I thought, though, does not look the part in terms of foot movement in that crease. So, pitch it up to him. Pitch it up to him because he will not have the foot movement to come forward to play that delivery.
And are they going to be continuing with Shim? It's going to be his 7th over. Looks to be a fairly fit youngster. He's taken 3 wickets, so maybe the captain is saying, listen, you've taken 3 wickets. It may be difficult to get the ball out of his hands at the moment. So here's Shim again. And that's just falling short of the man at mid-on.
That was in the air for some time, though. Floated in the air, played on the offside. And if there's a short third man, yeah. But Silvera living dangerously. The score has moved to 44 for 5 in that era. Both the stumps. Let's see what Silvera does. But that's from the St. Mary side. But St. Elizabeth, with these 2 batsmen at the crease, Pusey and Silvera, they have to put their heads down to make some runs.
He plays forward. You're surprised that Shim is giving a 7th over?
Very surprised. I was surprised he was given a 6th over, much less a 7th over. Yes, he took a wicket in the 6th over, though, but I think the captain is getting carried away. He may get a wicket here, but is this his best? You could have rested him and then carry him back on, but maybe he is trying to dig it deep for St. Elizabeth and lay the coffin.
I remember at that age, Sean, I never got tired. So it's not a case of a youngster getting tired.
You may have thought you never got tired, though, but persons looking on would know.
I hear Shim again. Garth Pusey on strike. And that one is a little bounce, but well handled by Pusey. Well, I'm saying the captain doesn't think so. The captain may he's getting wickets, right. So Pusey didn't, Shim didn't pick up, as you see on the replay there. Here's he again. This is bat live. In the air, not going all the way to the man at cover, but not convincingly played. And again, just a little two-paced nature to the pitch. I know I've said it more than once, but when the deliveries are at a length or just over a length, they come onto the bat fairly nicely. But when they are just back of a length, they tend to give you that tennis ball effect. And that is why more than one batsman has been out to the pull shot. Difficult to time. This is our full toss. This could be a no ball. Yeah, wide down the leg side signal. That could have been a no ball for being over waist height as well. Everything.
If two dot balls could have given, or two runs could have been given to that, 2 runs would have.
So 1 wide, and maybe that shows that Shim is indeed. That's in the air, just dropping short of the man at the backward square. He tries to throw the wicket down. They are all panicking. This could still be a run out here. Oh, it's all happening here. A comedy of errors. But in the end, St. Elizabeth managed to scramble a single. Garth Pusey going up to 3. It's all happening here, Sean.
St. Mary has to put their heads down and go back to the basics, what they've been doing all season. I think they've been getting carried away since the 5 wickets. Indiscipline has been stepping in. You see the wicketkeeper berating his own players in the field. But guess what? They have to go back to the basics, what they've been doing all season long. They are undefeated, and it must be a reason why they are.
Silvera on strike. He's trying to heave that somewhere over long on. Had he made contact, that could very well disappear somewhere into the north stand. He didn't get a touch. End of Shims over a marathon spell coming to an end. Now here's the replay, Sean. He really went for that, but didn't get a touch.
If they want Silvera to be out, bowl on stumps. I've said it before, bowl on stumps. Silvera is going to swing, and he'll swing with no foot movement. He played back at that delivery, tried to hoist it on the offside, inside out. But guess what? No connection at all to that delivery. But he's still there fighting for St. Elizabeth. And once he get that bat on the ball is going to go.
Yeah, he really tried to muscle that over the onside. Here's the start of a new over with young Noylin. And forcing Pusey just to drop it on the offside. No run.
When Noylin, we said before, he was string outside the off stump in his last over, though. And however, that delivery was much better than what he delivered in his last over. So if he continues on that line and length, it may be good for St. Mary. However, St. Elizabeth with Garth Pusey facing up, he has to be very watchful with the movement from Noylin.
Noylin bowls, and again, just a little jump from a length, but I thought Garth Pusey played that pretty well.
Watchful. That's
watchful.
all. He's watchful. Had some height with that delivery, and that ball pitched about leg and middle and moved to the off stump. So he is getting some movement. That's Noylin, but no pace though, but with some height.
And really, it's just 13 overs. These two have, well, the better part of 40 overs to bat. And I think Noylin was lucky not to have the umpire signaling wide for that. I think just way outside off and moving further away. You want him to get closer to the stumps. No. The umpire just having a chat with the non-striker, Silvera. God alone knows what. Well, Pusey's on strike. He's 3 from 14, so it's not as if he's rapidly going on. This is ball he was trying to drive, didn't get a touch. And maybe that's the plan, Sean, to get another person edging through to slip.
Pitch it made an off. He's pitching it about off and it's moving away from the left-hander. If you look at his arm, look at his wrist. In that delivery, he rolled the ball like a spinner.
All right, so here's young Noylin again. None for 5. Oh, that's down the leg side. Wide signals. Good take by the wicket-keeper.
He's looking for movement. That's Noylin, though. 4 deliveries so far in this over. He's looking for a lot of movement. I want to watch his arm action, watch his wrist action when he delivers, because a lot of movement is happening from his wrist, and that's causing the movement to move off the ball to move off the seam.
Yeah, needs to line up the batsman a little bit better, though, over the wicket. And that's a straight delivery. Well played. No run.
With some pace, though. With some pace.
So there is Noylin walking back to his mark. And Stets continues, well, St. Elizabeth continues to find runs very difficult to come by. 47 for 5. We are 1 delivery away from the end of over number 14.
I'm glad he can count, though.
Full toss, driven through the offside square. And misfield. And 1 more run to the St. Elizabeth total. It's now 48 for 5. And Pusey moves to 4. Silvera is 3. And that's the end of over number 14.
Well, not in that over, though. You see the movement. You see his hand action rolling over the ball, though, getting a lot of movement off the pace. I get a lot of movement when the ball pitches the pitch. Yes, but it's not necessarily directed properly. He has to get his line, has to get his length properly if he used to get that wicket. If he used to get that edge, he has to do it. He strayed once, I think, on the leg side in that over. Has to do better when he comes up to bowl again.
Well, Shim's marathon 7-over spell has come to an end.
How did you know that his spell was coming to an end? Because you said that it has come to an end now after the end of the 7th over.
Yeah, well,
I was about to correct you. So how you know him not coming back?
No, I think that full toss down the leg side that you said was wide, no ball, everything in one. I think the skipper said, well, you've had enough. New bowler. And that was that diminutive little youngster, Sean, that I felt may have been brought in. He's Russian Bell, and that's down the leg side and signal wide.
Season
13?
13. I think the second the best in St. Mary's team, right behind Shim, who had 19 coming into this game, now having 22 under his belt.
All right, so Pusey 4 from 17, so he's really crawling along, but really no need for any rush. And again, down the leg side, poor start from the youngster.
Well, Bell maybe has been in the field a little bit too long. He's all over the place, though.
And this time he's coming over. He was round the wicket to the left-hander. And after those 2 deliveries down the leg side, he's decided to come on the angle. He's less likely to go down the leg side from over the wicket, pushing it across the left-hander now. But he's down the leg side again. It doesn't seem to matter whether he's around or over.
I'm shaking my head, though, because I know Bell can do better than that, though. He has to settle a Bell. And he has a cheering party in the George Headley stand. I don't know if you can hear them or hear the individuals. Not you. I'm talking about persons who are watching.
Oh, okay. And there's no real reason why he should be bowling 3 wides. If you look at his action, it's fairly repeatable, not too complicated, up and bowls. And again, he's wide. I'm just putting it down to nerves, Sean. It's not the mechanics.
Can't be nerves. What nerves of what, though? He has been playing all season long.
It's a binary part.
Kind of say,
It's a final. It's a binary part.
Oh, come on.
It's probably 13, 14.
Or 15. You don't know.
You don't know.
The thing is...
But if you look at his mechanics as a bowler, he does most things right. He's running up fairly straight. He's getting that left leading arm fairly upright. He's not falling away when he's delivering. Why is he just delivering those wide balls? Look at this.
And he's smooth. Better.
That is that. You expect him to bowl more of those from that type of action. I'm putting it down to nerves, Sean.
I'm just thinking that he just needed some deliveries to just let it out. And now he's ready. That was a better delivery, line and length from this young man, Bell.
While we say that, St. Elizabeth Technical have reached the 50 mark with the assistance of, 3-4 wides? That's down the leg side. They're appealing. I thought it was off the pad.
As we look on the batsman from St. Elizabeth Parish.
What I keep saying St. Elizabeth Technical?
Did you go to sets?
No, but usually when you hear St. Elizabeth and it's youngsters, you think sets. If it was the Parish team, you'd be tempted to say St. Elizabeth Parish. But St. Elizabeth, youngsters, you think sets. I hope I'm forgiven. Here is Bell, and that's well played. Well bowled as well. And the easy single taken in the end by Pusey goes up to 5. And it's now 53 for 5 from 14 and a half overs, brings Silvera back on strike.
That was a better delivery from Bell. We've seen him way up in this over.
Oh. Well, seems to get the radar right.
Silvera likes to play on his back foot. Doesn't come forward much. He likes to play on his back foot. And he saw that delivery. A bit short, though, from Bell, and his eyes winding up. Lights sparkling in his eyes. Want to punch it on the outside.
Here's Bell again from over the wicket. And that's punched out towards mid-off for easy single. I think this pitch will get a little bit easier to bat on in the second half of the game because as it dries out, I think it will come through a little bit more comfortably onto the bat. And the St. Mary's team are already in a strong position with St. Elizabeth Parish on 54 for 5. But I think they will get the better of the batting conditions as well, which may make their job even that much easier. Some running repairs by Silvera.
Running repairs? A shoelace?
Yeah.
That's running repairs?
It's repairs being done while you're running.
Though. you didn't know you didn't know running when you were young.
Bell to Pusey. Good delivery that. Well played out into the onside, no run.
Coming down late on that delivery though, Pusey. And he has been a very watchful batsman. That was the final delivery in Bell's first over. But Pusey been very, very watchful, and knowing that 5 wickets have gone back to the pavilion, knowing that probably he rests on himself and his partners as we look at the bowling figures for the St. Mary team. Taylor 5 overs, 1 maiden, 16 runs, 2 wickets. Shim 7 overs, 3 for 25. Noylan 2 overs, none for 7, and Bell none for 6 from 1 over so far.
Yeah, which means that the St. Mary team will feel they have everything pretty much under control. Here's Noylan again. Interestingly, this time coming from around the wicket. And it's Silvera on strike. Here's Noylan. And again, Silvera flailing at it. He's midway between a horizontal bat shot. He's not cutting and he's not driving. It's almost as if he is uncertain of what shot to play when those deliveries are pitched just back of a length outside off. Here's Noylan again. Down the leg side, wide signaled. And good work that by the keeper. That was very wide down the leg side, and Silvera could get nowhere close to that. There's Noylan again. That's punched, but not down by the man. This could be a run out. It is. Oh my goodness, when your team is struggling at 55 for 5, the absolute last thing you want is to be run out. And another wicket goes down. St. Elizabeth Parish, and my co-commentator Sean Grant cannot say that I said St. Elizabeth Technical. It's 55 for 6. And I think is that Silvera who goes run out for 4. And here it is. It was a short ball, and he punched it nicely into the offside. There was no run on that. There's a maximum cricket, never run on a misfield, especially within the circle. They took the run. And the man ran out. It's 55 for 6 now. And the St. Mary team in a huddle as they celebrate the loss of another scalp. 55 for 6 is demonstrating here. This is not the greatest news. I think a player is down there surrounding him. Didn't quite see how the injury could have happened. If you could just look back at the replay, maybe just cramps. And I don't think it's more serious than that. They are running out with a stretcher. Here's another look at it. Noylan bowling to Silvera. He punched it quite nicely. And the man at cover made the return, but then went down. And they are bringing the stretcher on, just to see what could happen. He's not getting up. He's not moving. And there he is on the ground and just being helped gingerly to his feet at the moment. Thank goodness he looks to be cramps for sure. It's a hot day. And we're hoping that the youngster will be okay. Yeah, now he's walking off pretty much on his own steam. He's taking off the boot. That is looking like a case of cramps for the youngster. And the good thing, he's walking off on his own steam. Does seem to have a bandage. Is that some kind of bandage around the leg there? No, probably not. So the bottom line is that St. Elizabeth Parish are struggling at 55 for 6. And St. Mary continues to have an iron grip on the proceedings here. So there's the youngster being taken off. And let's hope that he'll be good enough to continue. New batsman at the crease. We'll tell you who he is in just a while. Fairly small-bodied youngster. And here's the new batsman to face from Noylin. Outside off stump, batsman didn't offer a shot. So it's Noylin who will continue. And just waiting for a man at cover to come a little bit closer. But Noylin will dart away again. Oh, too wide. And signaled as such. Touching down well wide off stump. There was a little shape away, but the batsman was really never ever going to get anywhere close to that. And it's going to be Noylin again. New batsman. We'll tell you who he's in a little while, but another short delivery that Jaid Bennett is the new batsman. He's not yet off the mark. Very small customer. Goes back into his stance. There's Noylin in and bowls. And he drives out towards mid-on. Doesn't get any run for that. And Bennett will seek to do battle again. Noylin runs in. And Bennett plays up towards that mid-on region again. End of Noylin's over. And 6 wickets down for the St. Elizabeth team. And they're just, we make it 57 runs on the board. And the 2 batsmen just meeting mid-pitch. We're set to resume. That's one steered out towards point. This could be tight now. The run taken fairly easily in the end. Leave it.
A lot
So
of
Bennett is
movement.
the youngster who comes on strike as Sean Grant joins me again.
Well, a lot of movement happening in the field. How tall is Bennett, though?
Bennett is 3'11".
3'11". I had him at
Or
4
3
foot.
feet 11. Here's he facing up. He looks to be backing away from that.
I think he was backing away from most deliveries, to be
It was
honest.
wide. It was not close to him, but I think I saw a little backward step just as the bowler was about to deliver. There it is.
Not necessarily backward, though, but has been very watchful. But maybe he likes to play the cut shot.
Here is Bennett again. And again, just backing away towards leg as that one touched down just outside off. And lucky not to have gotten a dismissal. He's not really getting behind the line of the deliveries at all. And the bowler will hope to get it dead straight. Oh, that one was straight, but that time Bennett managed to put bat to ball. He doesn't look as if he's too inclined, Sean, to get behind the balls at all.
Doesn't look like he's too inclined to face the deliveries. He's all right.
It's in the air, out towards the man at mid-on. This could be out. It is dropped. My goodness. How on earth did he put that down?
Easy.
That was a dolly, if you ever heard of one. And St. Mary missing an opportunity to get rid of Bennett. This is the replay, Sean.
I'm looking back, though. He came forward and played that ball up a part of the bat. And everyone thought, including the batsman, that he would actually be gone back to the pavilion.
This time, Silvera is just flailing at it again. And not making contact. End of another over. And we make it 59 now for 6 with St. Elizabeth batting. There is Silvera. That half cut, half steer, half drive. In the end, it's really amounting to not much.
Well, 6 wickets gone, though, 59 runs, though. St. Elizabeth, they want 3 figures on the board. They're going to fight for 3 figures on the board. Silvera is there who can hoist deliveries. And once he's there, though, you'll think that they can reach it. However, let's see if that will happen, though, to be honest. But St. Mary right now is on the up and up, tails up, and they're wagging it, and they want to dismiss their opponents in this final.
Well, Bennett gave them a chance. And let's see. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that was a dangerous delivery. They recognize that Bennett isn't.
That was not a dangerous delivery of it. I'm going
It's dangerous to him, Sean. We were talking about him backing away.
No, but the thing, he backed away and dipped down to that level of the delivery.
It's dangerous to him. That's the point I'm making.
Because how he made his body, that's why it was dangerous. The thing about it, came about chest height to him, or a little below chest height, but he ducked down in the delivery. I'd love to see the replay. Let's look at the replay now.
Here it is. Oh, that was a good bouncer, Sean, even to good players. And to one who was showing the inclination to be backing away. That was a good ball.
Well, they're here to check.
Well, thankfully, he survived.
They're checking on him, though. Survived. Thankfully, he survived. Oh, my word. Don't be so dramatic of it.
I tell you what, he wasn't inclined to get behind the deliveries before that. No, I'm prepared to bet that after that bumper, he's not going to get behind too many after this.
Well, probably it will wake him up.
Well, then again, who knows?
Can work both ways. The pendulum can swing both ways. So let's see what Noylan has to offer. He bowls with bounce, though, but no pace. That's Noylan. And he gets some movement of the seam. Let's see what happens here.
All right, Noylan to bowl to Bennett, 1 from 9. Will this be another short one? Is backing away. You could say he's giving himself room to steer through the offside.
I'm wondering if he was trying to steer through the offside or to flip the ball over the wicketkeeper's head and play an enigmatic shot.
They're saying that these youngsters watch television cricket.
They do. Because Could have tried something.
Doesn't look particularly convincing, young Bennett. Well, these are youngsters. And now he has a heave. They are appealing. He's out caught. It was only a matter of time. He gave a chance, and then the edge found. And it's 58 now for 7. And St. Elizabeth continues to slide.
Yeah, slide is not the term I'll use, though, because they're falling over, crumbling at the present time. 7 wickets gone, and there's still about 58, 59 runs on the board. Not the greatest at all batting display from this St. Elizabeth team. But to the St. Mary bowling has been disciplined in terms of 70 to 80%. I loosened somewhat, and I thought, and I'm going to go right back to it, I thought, though, that Shim was utilized too long, although while I said that, he did get a wicket in his spell when I said that he should be taken off. But I think, though, that all in all, the discipline has to, that we look back on the wicket, slashing outside the off stump and being caught behind. But in all, they have to be more disciplined than what they displayed, because they could have even restricted them even further, 40 out for maybe even 9.
Yeah. The St. Elizabeth team not showing the kind of technical abilities that you normally associate with the top school in St. Elizabeth, which is Stets. I'm a little bit disappointed at the technical display, to be honest, Sean.
What school did your brother go to?
Stets.
Stets, okay, that's fine.
And usually you associate Stets. I don't know how many of these youngsters actually go to Stets, to be honest.
You'll be surprised that many do.
But I'm not convinced of the technical display that we are seeing. There's another new batsman. Again, a rather diminutive-looking youngster.
Well, has joined the Silvera, who's at the non-striker's end.
Let's see how we look to Noylin, who runs in down the leg side. We've seen too many of that. It will be interesting to see how many wides have been bowled all told. That's another one.
Noylin bowled 2 deliveries to Bennett outside the off stump. Well, one was right over the stumps, and Bennett ducked down into one. However, you can't start a delivery to a new batsman string down the leg side. That's ridiculous. Yeah. In the same over.
Oh. That one was pitched on a length, and the batsman looked fairly confident coming forward.
Not necessarily, though. Looked confident playing in slow motion.
He wasn't backing away.
But he played in slow motion, though. Let's see what he has from this delivery from Noylin.
Again, Z come forward. Again, maybe not the most rapid of paces. But he's shown the inclination to get behind the ball as opposed to backing away that we saw from Bennett.
And show the inclination to come forward. Not only get behind the ball, but to come forward. But and can he drive?
We must remember that these are youngsters. Many of them would be playing competitive cricket maybe for the first time, maybe for the first season. So we don't want to be overly critical, but we still have to call it for what it is. Here is Noylin again, running in. Oh, that was a good delivery inside edge. No LBW appeal will be upheld, but that was a good delivery. We see him having the ability to shift away.
Yeah.
That time we saw him having the ability to bring it back.
Well, he moved away. He moved some deliveries away from the left-hander was there. So we expect that he has that in his arsenal to be coming back to the right-hander. So that was not necessarily a secret or not necessarily a surprise, but he has those deliveries. But one thing about his deliveries, though, which is surprising, is that he gets height on his deliveries. No pace, but he gets height. Silvera will be facing up.
All right, so Silvera will continue. Down the leg side.
Is that the wide, though? Did it touch his pads?
I thought for a minute that there may have just been a scratch on it.
I'd love to see the replay on that, though, to be honest.
The umpire said wide.
I know the umpire said wide, but I wonder if it touched his pads while it went through.
I think I was thinking that there may have been just a little scratch on from the pads as well.
Or maybe the bat touched the pad, though. But the pad was touched or graced.
Oh, Silvera trying to hike that one over mid-wicket. Ball coming between body and stumps for a delivery outside leg, which means that he was backing away even further down to leg, trying to hike it over the onside.
What did we say about Silvera earlier on? Ball on his stumps. Ball full.
Full on the stumps is the prescription by Sean. And that was not full, and it was not on the stumps.
Not at all.
Didn't get any run.
He loves to back off and swing, but he doesn't come forward, doesn't move his legs. But if he gets them, if he connects them, they'll be hit, they'll be dispatched. And that'll be good for St. Elizabeth. Or for St. Mary, on the other hand, let's see.
Full toss, which is punched away through the offside. That will run all the way to the boundary of 4. Oh, St. Elizabeth will like that. They've broken the shackles. It was a bad ball. And Silveria, not showing the greatest technical acumen, but he does pack a punch, the youngster, and hit that through the offside.
If he gets them onto the willow, they'll be dispatched. I said that before. But if you're going to get rid of him, ball full, ball on stumps.
Down the leg side, bowler trying to con the umpire into thinking that something was on it.
Is it conning, though, to be honest?
They
or
ought to be.
gamesmanship? Is he trying to cheat?
He's probably cheating. And I would love to see how many wides have been bowled. We'll get that in a while, but there have been quite a few. We are already at 21 extras, Sean, in a total of in the 60s. So a third, give or take, of the runs are extras, which shows that although St. Mary are doing pretty well in taking wickets, if they were more disciplined, and I think you made the point, another full toss, which is punched out to extra cover. When a third of the runs are coming from extras in a total of 60, 66, 65, we'll tell you in a little while, it tells you that had St. Mary been more disciplined, it could have been even more problematic for the St. Elizabeth team.
Yeah, yeah. And I would say that from the get-go, though, discipline is where it begins. It's got the delivery.
Yes, playing it back to the bowler. And Silvera could very well prove, and I've seen this time and time again, a batsman comes at the crease looking very iffy, unsure about himself. He gets a few lives, plays and misses a lot, and then you never know. He just explodes. And they'd want to be careful that this youngster Silvera doesn't get a chance to bat too long. He's driving through the offside and gets one. Growing in confidence. Hitting the air, but nowhere near the fieldsman. And that's another run to the St. Elizabeth team.
That's a low full toss, though. And he was going for the Yorker length delivery, which I think that he should. I like that delivery, like that intention, though, to be honest. He's seeing what I'm seeing from Silvera. And pitch it up. But that delivery was a low full toss. Silvera can hit them, and he will hit them if he gets the chance.
So we're about to start another over. Is this Shim coming back? Shim was the one with the rag at the back of the pants, right?
Yeah.
So he's been brought back.
Maybe more than one with the rag at the back of the pants.
Well, maybe there are. It would be nice to see some graphics or graphic people working on it.
Having some glitches, though. Do apologize for that.
All right, that's punched out towards mid-on. And no run. So we make this Shim. I'm going to say that it's Shim who's been brought back. And Silvera gets one that's fairly straight. And I tell you something, Sean. He's one of those youngsters who feel that once it's on the stumps, if it's not a rank bad ball, he's prepared to defend. If it's outside the stumps, he seems to be more inclined to play some shots.
Well, he does look the part, though, but if he backs away all the time, he's going to play on the offside, or drive on the offside, or try to hoist it.
Oh, full toss, and he slaps that through the offside. And that will run maybe to within 10 yards of the boundary. They're coming back for the second. And St. Mary, they have got to be careful, Sean, because they've got the St. Elizabeth team by the scruff of the neck. But the bowling has been a bit loose in the last 2 overs. We're seeing a multiplicity of full tosses, a lot of deliveries that are wide. And they want to be concentrating a little bit harder because you don't want the St. Elizabeth team to get to 100. And then you never know, the momentum is taken from you. So St. Mary being a little careless at the moment.
More than careless, though. And we're not going to use the term indiscipline once again.
Oh, that's down the leg side. And Silvera didn't even bother to play. But again, another wide. And again, another extra. Extras goes up to 22. And I know they're youngsters. I know that some of them just learning the art. But 22 extras is a lot when it's your 19th over. So you're almost going for 1 wide per over. And there's another one. So Shim has been brought back to wrap up the lower half. You could say the tail. But the captain wouldn't be too happy at what he's been doing.
No, and that's the reason why I said, though, rest him after 5 overs, because he extended him to 7 overs, and that took something out of him. And he's in the field, he's in the sun, extremely humid, and for him to recover, he's not going to recover as he should, to be honest. So you have to use him in spurts.
Here is he again to Silvera. And Silvera is hitting in the air out towards Medan. Could this be a catch? It is. So the captain will tell you, Sean, that he brought back his main strike bowler to get wickets. And he did exactly that. So 8 wickets down now. And Silvera, who was playing with some amount of risk.
Well, that's his way. That's his way of him playing. He has to do that because he's not necessarily a top-order batsman. He's there to swashbuckle. He's there to find the boundary. He's there to hoist. And he was doing just that. He doesn't come forward to deliveries, though. He tends to back away and swing down the ground on the outside. You look at the replay, and he backed away trying to swing the ball down the ground and did not make full flesh of the willow. Hit the inside of the bat, went on the onside, and giving the fielder some catching practice.
We could have an early afternoon here, Sean.
I don't that, though, because I have some dinner coming at just 4:30 or so.
Oh, that's assuming. I don't think this game will go to 4:30.
I'm just saying, though.
I could still go back to do my day job, you know.
Oh, you have a day job?
Yes, occasionally I do.
Okay. I didn't know that, though.
So Shim now on 4 wickets does have the opportunity to take a fifer. And let's see. Oh, that's driven up towards extra cover quite nicely by the number 10 batsman. We'll tell you who it is in a little while. That was pitched up. Shim going for the kill, fast and full and straight. The youngster playing a confident little drive. Here's Shim again. And
He's
that's
no ball.
oh my
Bowl him
goodness.
and no ball.
My goodness.
Bowl him and a no ball. Free hit being signaled by the umpire, though.
I tell you what would have been interesting, Sean. The youngster thought he was bowled and was walking off.
He'd have been called back.
And they were trying to run him out. But the rule says if you're leaving under the belief that you're out, then you can't be run out. But Shim will be ruining another extra. That's apart from the wides, you bowled somebody with a no ball, and the discipline by the St. Mary team has been severely lacking. But let's see if he'll go fast and full and straight again.
Well, 8 wickets have gone, though.
Oh, the youngster gets one just back of a length, plays it out into the onside, no run.
He must be dejected, though, Shim, after believing that he took 2 wickets in 1 over. Did not come to pass, so but he only has to blame himself.
Yeah.
Had nothing to do with the circle to get that no ball or to give away that no ball. Had to do with him overstepping.
All right, so we'll tell you who the new batsman is in a little bit, and also the bowler. What we do know is that St. Elizabeth are on the verge of being bowled out well before maybe even the halfway stage of the 50th over.
Well, the graphics individuals are working on the problem, so we do apologize for that, though. But the game continues, and we do the best that we can do. We'll tell you the name of the bowler soon. One thing we can say, though, the bowler is operating from the Courtney-Walsh end.
Yeah. One thing we can tell you, 8 wickets down for St. Elizabeth Parish.
That's more than one thing.
Outside off stump, no shot offer.
Well, swing outside the off stump with that delivery, though, and moving away from the right-hander. Not with the greatest pace at all. So if he wants the batsman to play at his deliveries, has to bowling about middle and off and pitch it up.
There's another delivery. And the batsman pushing out into the offside. This could be tight for a run out, but he threw to the wrong end. And the non-striker was backing up, was almost halfway down. But the man at point threw to the striker's end.
Non-striker was more so racking up more than backing up. He was almost down to the other end.
Almost to the point of no return, but the throw came to the wrong end. Wide. Another extra, another wide.
I don't like what I'm seeing from St. Mary, though, to be honest. 8 wickets down, that's St. Elizabeth, and St. Mary having a chance to close it out as quick as possible. But indiscipline, not creeping in, has been there from the start and continuing on that way.
Another wide. No, this time the umpire felt that it was just within the tram line. The radar have been lost. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen any spinner, Sean. We've seen maybe, 4 or 5 bowlers in operation so far. And it's all, medium pace, gentle medium pace. We haven't seen anybody yet trying to bowl spin.
Well, Noylan actually, with some medium pace, turns the ball a lot like he's a spinner.
Oh, played and missed. I'm talking genuine spinners, Sean. A genuine off-break bowler and leg spinner. I'm not talking about a pace bowler bowling slow deliveries. It's a little bit interesting because usually schoolboys at this level does have a problem with quality spinners, especially leg spinners, but let's see. And played back down the pitch, no run.
Well, the full toss, though, that delivery, I thought why used that delivery in his armour, because the delivery before pitched up and the batsman played over that delivery, but it was outside the off stump. So realizing that happened, realized, so let me try it again, this time on the stumps. But he actually overswung it, I should say.
All right, so again, deadly straight, but the bat came down in time. And it's the end of another over. We make it now 71 for 8 after 20.
I mean, good cricket being displayed by these youngsters, though, not berating or not talking down anyone, but just to say with these two teams on hand, you expected a lot of competition between the two teams. As we said before, we didn't expect a high-scoring game between St. Elizabeth and St. Mary.
All right, so we're going to be seeing another over. Shim continues, by the way, Sean. So the field captain...
Why are you looking at me, though?
The St. Mary captain is saying that we are not going to end. So Shim will continue. And let's see if he could get his 5-4. It would have been well-deserved. Oh, that was nicely played. I like the look of this youngster. He's not afraid to get behind the balls. And at this stage, sometimes, Sean, when you're that young, one of the things that youngsters shy away from playing cricket is the fear of the ball. So you like to see a youngster lining himself up. That's almost half the work, to get them to play cricket. Oh, that was fairly rapid. Through to the keeper.
Two different deliveries from Shim, though. A slower delivery, going for the Yorker this time. Look at this delivery. Outside the off stump with a bit of height and a bit of pace with that delivery. Started out his over trying to go for the Yorker and then trying to change it somewhat. Let's see if he'll go back for the Yorker.
He does, but the youngster is right behind it. Could this be a run out? They're saying yes and no and maybe so. In the end, they stayed in their respective creases.
Well, they stood their ground, but he went for the Yorker, hit the outer half of the bat. I'm not truly convinced with that shot, though.
Driven. Tell you what, this little youngster has something about him. He's not just flailing wildly. He's technically getting behind the balls, and that was a nice little stroke.
Yeah, but if Shim is going to continue bowling stump to stump, full, he has to bowl with some pace. Can't be flying to the ball and Yorker length with that pace. It's not going to beat him like that.
I like the look of him. He came in at, I think, number 10, but he's looked fairly compact. Look at that. Ball was a little bit shorter. He was on the back foot and worked it nicely out into the backward square region for a single.
Came forward, then changed his mind, went on the back foot and has turned it around, turned around the corner, went through for a single. Delicately, though, done. Very good cricket shot.
I'll tell you something, Sean. It's only a pity that we can't get the names at the moment. But this youngster in the white helmet at the non-striker's end, he came in pretty late in the order. But in terms of technical ability, he's not that far from anybody else that we have seen on display so far.
He's asking for water already.
And for example, you could see that shot was technically all over the place. The left foot wasn't quite there, but it's the end of over number 21. And it's a 72 for 8. And are they going to take another water break? Yes, they are. The umpires are saying, bring it on.
Well, why not, though? To be honest, why not, though? We've seen some good cricket being displayed by the teams at respective breaks, though, to be honest. At one point, this with the batsman Silvera there, we're talking about St. Elizabeth. They looked at the par. They seemed like they were going to 3 figures at one point. But he was backing away, trying to hoist the deliveries, trying to play it on the offside. He was caught, nevertheless, on the onside and in the mid-on region, or just above the mid-on region. But Silvera's gone. Now, you think, though, that St. Elizabeth, with a batsman left, they will not make the 3 figures. Now, right now, they were in the 70s, and you're thinking that, okay, they can't make 3 figures. But what has happened with St. Mary, the bowling team, is that indiscipline not has crept in, has continued, because we saw a bit of indiscipline in the first 10 overs from St. Mary. However, it has certainly increased and gradually increased as the innings have gone on. So St. Mary has to do better if they are basically is to restrict their opponents for under 3 figures. Now, they've given away in terms of the extras. Extras, they're 24. And I think that's the top score in the innings, extras of 24.
All right, so while they're taking a water break, we'll take our own refreshment break here in the commentary box. And we'll be back with live action as soon as it's available. So the keeper has walked all the way for a helmet. He's going to keep up to the stumps. And we are going to see spin for the first time. What's his name? Oh, okay. There's the wicket keeper and captain, by the way. Just getting the helmet on as he will be standing up to the spinner.
The batsmen, young batsmen in the Caribbean, or Jamaica to be honest, are that they tend to have a problem with a good leg or off spinner.
Yeah. Especially leg spinners, when the ball is moving away from the right-handed batsman, they do have issues. But let's see, this youngster, leg spin and driven out, that's a full toss. I like the look of it. I like when the youngsters, with his build, he was never going to be a fast bowler, mind you.
Oh, that delivery though, that's better flight.
Oh, that was good. I like it.
That's a better flight.
Yeah, he flights it well. But look at his height, Sean. He's what? Maybe
You're going to say 3'9".
All right, maybe make him
He's
3
4.
foot.
He's 4.
But good flight on the ball, back of the arm, good stuff. And it's punched out back towards the extra cover region. Seems to be a lively little youngster.
With shot in that delivery, let's see if he pitches it up this time.
That's hit towards that man at short square. Oh, this is just carelessness. Giving away the run, and the youngster who is bowling must be livid. No, he has a run against his analysis. That really was just given away by the fielding team.
That's poor from the fielding team. I don't care what age you are. Could it be 6, 7, 8, or 22? That was just poor cricket on the other end. The batsman was already in the ground, did not have to throw it to the wicket keeper.
Oh, that's flighted and hit out towards backward square. And they take a single. I like the youngster, Sean. I like when they are young and bowl spin, especially leg spin.
Well, he has to get the turn, though. He saw the turn in his second delivery. That first delivery, he actually does hoisted it in the air. But from that, he has a bit more control with his height and his flight.
Edged and dropped. Oh, my goodness. Why didn't they take the catch off the little young leg spinner? I'm disappointed. I'm fairly impressed. He's prepared to loop the balls. He's not just sending them through. There's the flight on it, edged. In fairness, it wasn't the easiest of catches. It was going down.
No, it wasn't.
Another run.
But his hand reached the ball, though. It was not the easiest, but his hand reached the ball. And he must be disappointed after they allowed a single off his bowling, which was careless of them, his own teammates, and then a spilled chance. It was difficult, though. When you play the game of cricket, anything can happen. It was a chance that could have been taken.
And we didn't see spin for the better part of 20 overs. But now we're going to see another bowling change. New bowler coming in. We'll tell you who it is in a while.
So Taylor is back. Operating from the
Dijon Taylor. So the opening bowler brought back. And while we're working on the graphics and the names of the players, I continue to say I like the look of the white helmeted youngster. It's a pity we can't tell you who he is at the moment.
We'll tell you in a very short while, though.
But I like the look of him. He's very small and clearly will grow with time, but technically, he's fairly sound. That one bounced a little bit on him, but he's getting behind it, and he's attempting to play fairly straight. Will have a little problems with the leg spinner in terms of moving his feet. But when the faster bowlers are run, it doesn't look like you could just knock him over.
Well, as little as he is, let's look at this delivery from Taylor.
Oh, wide again. Another extra.
So as persons in the grandstand are saying to get back to basics, cheering on Taylor and the St. Mary team there in the field, if you're just joining our coverage. Score stands 76 for 8. Taylor opened the bowling earlier on for St. Mary.
Taylor bowling, wide ball. Oh, the indiscipline continues. That was very wide as well.
Look at the wicket keeper though. He has turned his back on Taylor, not happy at all. He's not looking at the field though, expressing disgust with what he's seeing from his own players.
The wicketkeeper is the captain, so I suppose he has all rights to show his disgust at those wide deliveries. Taylor pulls up midway.
The humidity and the sunlight, I think, has caused the St. Mary team to have dropped somewhat. At one point, they had their heads up, their tails up. Tails have wagged somewhat.
Oh, Taylor now struggling, clearly. Has missed his run up twice. And now he remarks his run up.
I don't know if that will help him, though, to be honest. But you hope it will for St. Mary's sake, for St. Elizabeth. You hope it won't. Let's see.
And again, at this rate, he may not complete the over until maybe tomorrow morning.
Well, three times he has pulled out.
He's completely missed the plot.
The plot, his plot has not been written just yet.
Has just completely lost his rhythm. And he will try again. This time he does get it through, beat the keeper. And they'll come through for, let's see the signal, it's a bye.
Just one, though.
Another extra. And while the wicketkeeper and captain was berating his feelers, but he's got to stop those. He's got to. Did die before him, which is never the easiest thing for wicketkeepers.
That's why you have pads in front of you.
But you have to get behind the ball. Oh, he pulls up again.
So the good thing about it, though, pulling out at least 3 or 4 times in this over, is that his teammates are still urging him on, cheering him on. But you look at what his body is saying, does not look too confident at all.
When he does get them through, he gets them through okay. So it's either he's pulling out, completely missing his rhythm and his run, but when he gets to the crease and delivers, maybe 50% of the times they are reasonably good deliveries as well. Yeah. And an attempted swash through the offside is missed, going through to the keeper.
I thought you were going to say pull, though, because I was wondering. But Taylor having major problems in this over.
And that's steered out into the offside, no run. And finally, Taylor's over has come to an end. I think that may very well be his job for the day, Sean.
Well, if you look at how he's walking, not dejected though, but extremely tired. And the sunlight has turned down somewhat. I don't know if you turned it down, Orville, but it's good. in terms of light breeze blowing over Sabina Park. That's a good thing for the players in the field. But that last delivery, though, the batsman coming forward, though, I wouldn't call it a steer. It hit the outer half of the bat, went on the offside. Even with that slower delivery, the batsman had no control to punch it where he wanted to. That shows he's just there to live.
We make it just about 78 now for 8. 23 overs bowled. And here's my favorite bowler for the day, the little leg spinner. Played out into the offside.
Well, short with that delivery, Mr. Boyd has to pitch it up. Even with the flight, let the batsman come and attack. Even the flight has to pitch it up. Just a bit more.
That one is peeling off the outside half out towards short third man.
Well, that was a better delivery than the delivery he bowled before that. Bit up though, but middle and off. That's better. The batsman flighted, but middle and off. Not a lot of turn with that delivery. Give the batsman a lot of time to swing it on the leg side.
And that's clobbered away out through the leg side region. That goes close.
3 meters inside of the boundary.
And they're coming back for the third. 3 runs.
Short with that delivery though, Boyd. His line not the greatest at all in terms of precision, in terms of consistency. Has to get it right all the time as a leg spinner, flighting that delivery. Has to get it right all the time or majority of the time. He bowls with a lot of flight though, trying to drive it to the left of the bowler. For me, need to cut down on the flight just a bit and push it through.
Yeah, that's tugged around out towards short fine leg. They take a single there, won't come back for the second.
Extras have gone on to 27, though the score has moved somewhat. This to 82.
So it's 82 for 8. We're working with the big scoreboard. 82 for 8 after 25.
That's St. Elizabeth. Not technical, the parish.
Indeed. And they have to be careful, Sean. This pair is, they're not rattling along, but they're picking up runs here and there.
And that's the thing. They have to stay there if they are to get runs, though. They're not in any hurry whatsoever. How many overs have been bowled so far?
25 overs, so there's still 25 to come. That's 150 balls.
Exactly. Stay there, knock it round in 2s, 1s, 3s.
New bowler back. Is this
Taylor.
Noylan?
Is it Taylor or Lloydin?
No, this looks to be Noylan. Oh, and a wide delivery adds to the extras.
You're right. In terms of Noylan.
They really couldn't give back the ball to Taylor after that 10 ball over. Did you remember
Was it
Curtly
10?
I think it was 10 or 11 balls.
My word.
You remember Curtly Ambrose bowling, I think it was a 13 ball over at one point in Australia. One day he just got up and just lost his rhythm. So it happens to the very best of us. Noylan bowls, and that's an attempted tear down to third man. No touch, through to the keeper. That's played out square on the offside for a single. The body language of the St. Mary team, Sean, surprisingly, seems to be a bit flat. Now, this pair has put on a little partnership, but you still have the opposition 80 odd for 8. So you'd want to think that you're still on top of the game, but the body language has been flat. There's no G'ing up.
Has to be
Wide
wide
again.
again. Has to be wide again, Orville. Has to be wide. Had to talk before you. I am a little bit upset what I'm seeing from the bowlers from St. Mary. And even so, though, they're not making a lot of runs. I'm talking about St. Elizabeth. Try to bog them down, keep them down, so that and force them to make some on-cricket shots.
Edged.
See what I'm talking about, Orville?
Dropping short of the first slip.
Take a step up. He has no pace whatsoever.
Yeah. But this partnership is becoming a little worrying. I'll tell you something, Sean. It's one thing when the top order, and I would just watch that misfield. It's one thing when the top order puts on a partnership. You almost expect it as a fielding team. It's the most annoying thing when you get a partnership in the lower half of the innings. Because you almost expect a wicket every ball. And when it's not happening, you can go flat, as they are now. And he's trying to slash that through the offside. Didn't make any contact.
But that's the thing, though, psychological. Because 8 and 9 is in crease, and then your discipline goes.
And there we go again, down the leg side. And a run here and a run there. And what looked like what would have been maybe a sub-80 total is stretching out a little bit. They are now 90 by the scoreboard. And you never know, Sean, you never know. I still think the wicket will get better to bat on, but sometimes momentum in sport is a hell of a thing. St. Elizabeth may go in feeling, well, we escaped. They come on the field a little bit pumped when they come to bowl. Get a few early wickets. You never know. I tell you, I like the look of this youngster. He's going to be a decent little player one day when he gets some height on him and some muscle. There you go. I could see that from ball one. He's getting behind the ball. He's not playing across the line, which is just the natural thing to do when you're a youngster that age. He's getting a full bat. End of another over, though. It's 90. The scoreboard says 90 from 25. St. Elizabeth 90 for 8.
So 8 wickets in the St. Elizabeth innings, going back to the pavilion. Well, the batsmen are trying to just muster fight their way to 3 figures and beyond up against this unbeaten St. Mary team.
So the youngster is Boyd, the leg spinner. Let's see if he could get his name in the wicket column. That's pulled out towards the mid-wicket region. That could go pretty close to the boundary. It gets there now. That's 4.
Shot again from Boyd. Dispatched. Beautiful shot from the batsman. But Boyd on the other end with that leg spin. Shot. We saw it in his last over. He bowled about 2 short deliveries. His first of this over, shot.
Here's he again. It's wide outside off stump.
That's the line you should concentrate on, not middle and leg.
Especially as he's not showing prodigious turn in the air, and the batsman waiting on the back foot and slapping it through the onside. I think there were 2 runs there if they were running hard enough, but when in doubt, you stay in your respective crease. This pair is now becoming a problem.
Did they run 1?
Just 1, yeah.
They had a chance to run 2, though. Poor running between the 2 batsmen. I don't think anyone's shielding anyone.
Oh, that's in the onside, and they're taking 1. Now they're coming back for the second. This could be tight. No, poor return from the outfield.
Well, they learned from that last delivery, though, when they only ran one and they could have easily run two. No, it was a little bit more difficult, but decided that, hey, guess what? Once I miss field, I am running two. And they saw the field in the outfield, made a mistake, and they took advantage.
That one was played out into the offside. And this 9th wicket pair is proving a little problematic here.
Problematic for who? Not for St. Elizabeth.
Problematic for the team in the field, eh?
So many persons thought they would have gone back to work a bit early.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen.
And that's played out into the offside, no run. End of over number 20. Is that 26 over
26, yeah. But the thing is now, Arvin, let me
98 for 8.
At a bit of time. I think he's bowling short altogether. If he has no turn whatsoever, well, he has a little bit of turn off the seam, off the pitch. But if you're having that little bit of turn, you can't bowl it a bit short. Even it's a bit short, you're giving the batsman enough time to say, okay, I'm watching to cover. Because you don't have that turn, that rapid turn. You have a small amount of turn. So you have to pitch it up a bit more so the batsmen think that they have it to drive for. When they have it to drive for, they'll get the edge.
Yeah, he's probably bowling a little bit too slowly as well.
Exactly.
And sometimes as spinners, you too have to find the right pace. You don't want the batsman to easily come on the back foot. Here's the start of a new over from Noyland. Oh, another wide delivery. Same script. Different over.
I have no idea what to say with Noyland.
Extras now gone to 30. It's wide.
You've seen it happen over and over and over again. Can't get his line right.
That was better. The batsman on the back foot.
Yeah, but where did that wicketkeeper take that ball, though, Orville?
Yeah.
And his ankle. Ankle. Hit the edge the other time. Look at the replay. Ankle. No, I said before, the first slip and the wicketkeeper, they need to take a step up. He can be running in, steaming in. He's not getting that pace that he should.
That's hit through the offside. And that too could run pretty close to the boundary. They're coming back for the second. And will they attempt the third? No. So as the wicket flattens out, I did say that the pitch is going to be better for batting the second time around, the second innings. That disconcerting bounce from a length is gone. And these two are going about their business unbothered, you'd have to say, at the moment, Sean.
Well, at the moment, the bowling lads from St. Mary, not great at all. Boyd with a leg spin and Noyland with a medium pace. Not getting the turn that he got earlier this morning as Noyland. But he has to do better, though.
And the umpire is just having a chat. Are they saying that the batsmen are running down the middle of the pitch?
Strong possibility.
So the 100 is up if we go by the scoreboard, Sean. It's 101 for 8. And these two continue to give St. Elizabeth some hope of producing a decent total. That one was on target, but dealt with effectively enough.
Well, he backed away, though. I'm a bit concerned, though. He backed away. Did not come forward. Backed away. I'm thinking he was wanting to punch it through the offside by backing away. And was watchful with that delivery from Noyland, not getting that bounce as he has gotten before in the past, so he could die down before he could reach the wicket-keeper. A slower delivery from Noyland at that time.
And that's hit through the offside. Well knocked down. And no run resulting.
Noyland outside the off stump. Just a bit short, though. Allowing the batsman to punch through. Good thing that the offside field was well packed. How the found itself to the boundary are pretty close.
And they're appealing, he's gone. So finally Noyland gets his radar right. The batsman trying to slap that square, took the edge to the keeper. And that's wicket number 9.
So 9th wicket to go down, though. That delivery from Noylin. Movement off the seam from the right-hand medium pacer. And slashing outside the off stump. Right away, the umpire's finger went up. That's the line he should have, though, but I think he needs to pitch up just a bit more, though. No foot movement at all from the batsman. And now, final batsman to come in. So 9 wickets to go down. According to the board, 101 on runs for St. Elizabeth.
All right, so the number 11 batsman just getting himself ready to face the battle.
Or the music. You hear the music in the background?
He's been assisted with his helmet by the fielding team. You don't want to see that.
Why not?
It's all about youngsters, Sean. When I play this, you don't want the opposing team to be that close to you at all. Your helmet, your bat. I remember those were well, we didn't play with a lot of helmets in my time, but
I was about to say, did they make helmets at that time when you were
they,
playing?
they did, but we at my stage at 12 or 13, and we couldn't afford those.
Oh no, I was wondering if helmets were around at that time or they invented helmets after.
I played young cricket in the 80s.
Oh, in the 80s,
not the 40s or
okay,
50s.
Okay. It could have fooled me.
All right, so the number 11.
So if you're just joining us, though, the Kingston Wharves under 15 final between St. Mary and St. Elizabeth.
I'll tell you something, Sean. I'm not cutting it. This is unacceptable, though. The number 11, who has been sitting in the pavilion for the better part of, how long was that partnership? Maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes? You're coming out, you're pushing your shirt in your pants, you're not getting your helmet on, you want help to put on your gloves. I mean, come on. You had all the time. It's not a case of 2 wickets coming down rapidly and you have to make a rushed entrance.
Well, maybe he wants to be out there as long as possible. You know, he can't hold the bat. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
There's a rule that if you are not in a position to face the ball or if you're the non-striker, to give the striker the opportunity to face there, you could be given out after 3 minutes. Now, I am convinced that more than 3 minutes would have elapsed between the last wicket and this delivery about to be bowled.
Well, let's see what Noylin has to offer to the new batsman.
And this is the batsman that was taking forever to get ready. And he plays that effective.
Now I see why. No, I see why he took his time to put on the gloves, the helmet, the shirt and pants. Now I see why. From that first stroke, he wanted to be out there for a time, and he knows that maybe according to his life in this Kingston Wharves under 15 tournament, his life extension out there in the batting department hasn't worked out well for him in terms of how long he stays at the crease. So by doing that, he gets a longer time at Sabina Park.
Well, if that's the aim, mission accomplished. All right, here's a little white helmet to the youngster. With look the part. I mean, he's not the next Lawrence Rowe by any stretch of the imagination, but he stood up well. And let's see, the little leg is so. Let's see what's happening here. It's driving and
was that an edge?
Edge? Yes.
I'm asking the question though, because the captain went across even before ball had landed, because he saw that movement from the ball drifted from the off stump. And it went in 9. At the time, it was in position to accept the ball.
Oh. Finding the outside edge. He's now pitching, Sean, and he is getting the ball to turn a little bit.
Well, he was getting the ball to turn a little bit, though, but he was flighting the ball too much, and we need to actually step up the pace a little, and he has done just that with those first 2 deliveries.
He was bowling a little bit too short as well, so he was getting pulled into the onside. At least now he's getting them to come on the front foot.
We have only seen 2 deliveries so far, though.
I'm speaking a little too early. Let's see him. Let's call him Mr. Take Long to Face. Eh? And I hope I'm not being unkind.
Let's say hi to his parents if they're watching.
Well, wide delivery. We make that 103 now for 9.
Well, that delivery from Boyd, though, was wide, yes, but you saw his arms went over fast. So he wanted a faster delivery to the new batsman. See what he had to offer. No flight at all.
Oh, that's down the leg side, and they're going to be running. I don't think he got any touch on that. Let's see the signal. Wide again.
So another wide, another single. Needs to get his bowling under control, Boyd. He's demonstrating more turn with his deliveries.
Better delivery. And
the wicketkeeper, though, to be honest, his movement is not the greatest. Let me tell you why. When he moves across, he stands up and begins to move. After this delivery, I explain.
that's tugged away.
After
Round
another
towards
short
backward
delivery.
square. Yeah. Could this be a run-out chance? No, he was well and truly home.
The wicketkeeper, whenever the captain, whenever he sees the ball drifting to his right, wide of the off stump, he tends to stand up and move across.
Yeah.
Now, if he does that, if there's an edge, he's not in position to catch the ball. Now, instead of stooping and moving his right leg across and keeping the stoop, so if there's an edge, he's in position to move to his right or his left. He does not do that. He stands up and moves across. And you have seen twice where the ball, and we don't know if it hit the edge or not, went right into his pads.
Well, Sean, that was some great observation. I kept wicket for a long time as an adult. And he's standing up early. You want to stay down for as long as possible. And that's some great observation. You must have watched some cricket in your time.
I must have. Thank my mother for that.
You want to stay down as the wicket-keeper for as long as possible. You only get up after the ball is pitched.
Exactly.
Oh,
That
that's
is better.
Yeah.
You saw him scamper across, keeping down low. Don't know if he heard you, but the deliveries before, he was getting up before and then being hit on the pad while standing up. That delivery across, he saw the ball drifting over to the right. He kept his position and moved across, crab style. That's what he did a while ago. That's what he should have done before.
All right, so we make it now 107 for 9 over number 29. Just bowled.
I think so.
St. Elizabeth, not you would say the total that they would have asked for at the beginning of the game, but certainly a better position than they were, let's say, 45 minutes ago when they were 8 down for what, in the 60s?
Mm-hmm.
So the last two wickets have added some pretty useful runs.
Yes, indeed it has. Now the big question hovers over their batting innings. How far they can go, how far they can pinch their way, how far they can scratch their way and get those runs. There's singles, there's twos, there's threes. How far, because they do have the overs, they do have the time. So, let's see.
All right, so here's the start of another over. And this one is steered out towards short third man and single taken. Easily in the end. One more run to St. Elizabeth. We make that 108 now for 9. Now we're in over number 30. We make it. And again, we apologize for the lack of the graphics. The technical team working feverishly on it. And you can understand that we don't know the names of the players.
You don't?
No.
Not of the new bowler?
Yeah, we haven't seen this one before. That's worked out into the leg side for a single.
Well, I think I do know his name, though.
What's the name of the bowler?
I think it's Miller. He looks like Miller.
Which one of the Millers?
That I can't tell you. He looks like a Miller, but he's Miller, actually.
And Tail continues to wag here for this St. Elizabeth young parish team. And that's a good delivery right up, but met with a resolute bat.
That's a good enough delivery, though. But you see the man who we spoke about earlier on, and my good colleague in the broadcast area, demonstrating about helmet and all. He's showing that, hey, I'm here to stay.
Indeed. Now he's punching with a horizontal bat out into the cover region. Can't score.
But that shows he's getting more comfortable.
Yeah.
At the crease.
Shows the pitch is getting a little bit more comfortable as well. St. Elizabeth may well feel that they're giving themselves a chance, but it's not an insurmountable total. This one is played right back. Well, played square on the offside. And the St. Mary team on the field, Sean, just basically going through the motions. Nobody G'ing up anybody. Well, no, they're attempting a little clap or two.
Even the ball thrown to Miller, couldn't even collect it.
And here's Miller again. Oh, that's a straight bat out towards mid-off. The single is taken easily enough. I don't know. It looks like the last 3 or 4 batsmen are showing a little bit more proper technique than some of those that we saw earlier on.
Well, probably. Some batsmen, because of 50 over fair, the batsmen are such watch. Come on. I'm looking to the hills, though. I'm not happy right now. Bleak conditions over the hills. We had some rain yesterday in Jamaica, in Kingston, Sabina Park to be exact. The drainage is in tip-top condition. However, there was a big question mark whether this final would have been played today or not. But guess what, Mr. Higgins? We're here.
All right, so we're going to see another change from the far end. Could be Dejon Taylor, who is going to come through as we hear some rumblings of thunder in the background. Make it 110 for 9. And that's an attempted swish towards point, but no connection. Here's another delivery. And played back out towards mid-off. No ball being signaled. Here's the next delivery. And really just bubbling up in front of the batsman as he was attempting. He was attempting to heave that over mid-wicket. And this one is paddled away out towards forward of square. No run. And that's played back. Here's another delivery. And that's again Met with a fairly resolute bat. Played out into the offside, no run. And that's played nicely out into the offside. So the number 11 is looking fairly solid. And that's the end of another over. And total 111 for 9. And this is St. Elizabeth batting first in the final of the Kingston Wharves competition. And St. Mary, the team in the field. All right, so we're about to see the start of another over. And getting no bat to that one outside off. So the tail continues to just hold on here, giving St. Elizabeth something to bowl at. That's played nicely out into the offside. And now the St. Mary team just clapping away. They need this wicket. They need this final wicket. That's hit on the pad. That could be tight. Maybe an inside edge onto that. I think that may very well be the only thing that saved him. That was fairly straight. And that's played out into the offside for a single. One more to the total. We make that 112 for 9. And St. Elizabeth continues to eke out what could very well be some important runs. And that's played pleasantly up back the pitch. And that no run. And that's another wide delivery outside the leg stump. And again, a nice straight bat out towards mid-off from the number 11. Remember, we were saying he took forever to get to the crease. He's looking good. And it's the end of another over. How much that is now? 31? 31 overs, 111 or 113 for 9 if the scoreboard is to be taken at face value. This is just outside off stump. And now we're hearing the thunder in the background. As the batsman played and missed. And that one is just pleasantly punched back at the bowler. Again, no run. And again, no run. This one was worked out into the onside. And let's see. 113 for 9 is the total. And well beaten outside off stump. So could St. Elizabeth hold on? Maybe another 20 runs. Oh, and is that an edge? Yes, he's given him. He's given him out caught. And that's the end of the St. Elizabeth innings. It's 113 all out. And the rather defiant stand of this little youngster in the white helmet. He stood around for a while. He doesn't seem to be convinced that he was out. But in the end, the catch taken. And St. Elizabeth all out for 113. And that was a very loud lightning indeed. So that's the end of the St. Elizabeth innings. They are 113 unofficial because it's a scoreboard. But we make it 113. And in a few, St. Mary will start their replies. The final of the Kingston Wharves under 15 competition. All righty then, so we are about to witness St. Mary's response to St. Elizabeth's total. We make it 113. And let's see what kind of reply they'll put up.
A bit concerned though, Orville. Looking to the right, you're not seeing it on the television though. Looking to the right in the hills has changed somewhat, and the bleak conditions over there. So, so the rain may be affecting the game a little later on, which would cause for the Duckworth-Lewis method to be used. So let's watch and see what happens.
All right, so here's the first delivery, and again, we can't tell you who these youngsters are. That's down the leg side. That's a wide.
Well, St. Elizabeth has to actually be giving it all that they have, though, because their coach was actually having a meeting with them for about 5 or 6 minutes, just talking to them, getting them ready for this session.
Also, Smith is the bowler. Miller is facing. And Saunders at the non-striker's end. That's what we're being told. So here's Smith. Oh, what a delivery is that? Now that is probably the ball of the game, Sean. Fast, bounce. Look at this for the delivery. How do you play that?
Well, you can't actually. That was a brute of a delivery, though. Pitched about, middle and off, and moved it slightly away from the left-hander. As we know that the covers may be coming on soon, though.
Yeah, the rain's coming on.
The rain is coming down, and the umpire is calling it off.
He's calling. The umpires are saying, yeah.
Yeah, it's calling for the covers. So we're going to have a break there, maybe an early lunch. Our lunch was scheduled for 1 o'clock. We're not far away from that. But the rain will be coming, and I think it will be here for a little while. And we see the groundsmen will be carrying on the covers very soon. You'll be seeing it in your vision. Yes, they are carrying the covers onto the wicket very soon.
One mistake that I'm not going to make, Sean, is to rule out cricket for the rest of the day here.
Oh.
I've already learned the hard way that the drainage here is excellent. Well, it used to be excellent.
Yeah, and
there could be rains for the next hour, and we could still have some cricket. So it's not over by any means. There the covers coming on. And thankfully now the graphics are back. So St. Mary just about starting their reply, and we could still be for an interesting contest, weather permitting, in a few minutes from now.
Well, there's a few deliveries bowled in the first over, though. But as you stated before, in terms of the drainage, because the rain was tumbling down yesterday, when we arrived here this morning, it was a fresh and a new, and not a speck of rain was on the ground. So we know that the drainage system is great at Sabina Park. However, I'm looking to my right. I'm a bit concerned. This rain will not last for 5 minutes or so. I can't predict that much. It's going to be here for a little while. And we were on air when the Thunder was rolling left and right earlier on, and before the end of the innings of St. Elizabeth, who went on to make 113 all out. But in response to what I liked from St. Elizabeth, they started with the bowler Smith, who seemed like he means business. It's not going to be an easy task. If we are going by anything that we saw in the first over, it's not going to be an easy task for St. Mary in this final. They're searching for their first victory, their first hold on the under-15 title. And by any means, it's going to be a hard task. It's going to be a hill to climb with the runs already on the board, 113. And with the rain coming, maybe it will be adjusted in terms of overs and runs to actually get. So we're going to take a break here from Sabina Park. We'll be back very soon. The resumption of play in this Kingston Wharves under-15 cricket competition. The final, or grand finale of the 2022 edition. This between St. Mary and St. Elizabeth. All the things on Sean Grant. We sign out. We'll be back soon.
And again, signaled wide, Sean, and when you are only defending 7-2, you can ill afford deliveries like that.
Yeah, not at all, though. Jaleel Smith had bowled 2 deliveries earlier on before the heavens opened. And one was okay, one was legal, the other was wide. But you love the legal delivery. He pitched middle and off. He's a bowler that goes to St. Elizabeth Technical High, represents Stets. Has been called to the national under-17 team. Wasn't selected, though, but a very good bowler, Jaleel Smith.
Does have quite some pace. Hits the deck hard. And not the greatest shot you'll ever see. I think he just went through the motions of pitching line and length, but a really poor shot attempt by Saunders that time.
Well, as you said earlier, total reduced, target 75 from 33. And for the loss, so advantage going the way of St. Mary at the present time. But in terms of the conditions suiting the pacer at the present time, bleak conditions with the grass on the pitch may help the pacer.
Smith bowls. And again, a rather careless waft. I don't think there's a better word to describe that shot, Sean.
Well, Saunders looked lost to that delivery, though. And you look at his feet, though, did not move at all. Stood, just bent over just a bit, as you'll watch it again. Stood and played at it.
I'm a little bit surprised, Sean, that there isn't more than one slip. Now, you're not going to contain them. You have to bowl them out to win. 74 is the target. At least one more attacking fielder catching. 75 to win. At least another slip.
Well, it should be a wide now, signaled by the umpire. And the wicketkeeper had to move way to his right to collect that delivery. But if you look at the flight of that delivery when it hit the pitch, and it flew off with some height and some pace. Now, if he pitches that delivery more so middle and leg and pretty close to the right-hander, he's going to be in some trouble. That's Tyrese Saunders.
Yeah, I don't think Tyrese Saunders is really getting behind the ball. He's just wafting at these deliveries outside off, which is even more reason I think that there should be at least a second slip or a gully. St. Elizabeth need to bowl this team out. Oh,
wow.
Wide again.
Carried away. Jaleel Smith has carried away. He knows that his team is relying on him, but look at that delivery. That's wayward. That's way outside. Giving umpire nothing but to the signal wide, though. No work at all, though. Poor effort in the end from this young man from this in his first over. He has to do better than that, knowing that he has to bowl about 7 or 8 overs on the track.
Yeah, he's probably feeling the pressure of his team needing him to take early wickets. That's the only way St. Elizabeth will have a chance. This time not wide enough to cause the outstretched arms of the umpire, but not close enough to induce a shot.
You may say, though, you may be watching at the present time. I said, never reduce it to 75. I said, yes, because I think, though, that St. Elizabeth was scoring at 2.6. So when you make the calculation, that's why it went down to 7.75 runs from 33 overs.
All right, so Saunders, who hasn't yet scored, will face up to Jaleel Smith once again. And again, wide delivery signaled. Can't be the start that St. Elizabeth would like.
This is atrocious, though, to be honest. I'm not going to say poor. This is atrocious. If you look at the replay, wayward. When you look at his delivery, though, he's tilting more so to the left. He has to come not around the wicket. He has to direct his body towards the batsman. His body is drifting to the left-hand side, and that's carrying the ball to the batsman's right.
Yeah, falling away, not controlling the swing as well. I don't know how many new balls he would have bowled in his years, but sometimes a little difficult to control. That's a better delivery inside a junter pad.
That's what he should be bowling. Better deliveries, wasted deliveries before. That signals the end of the over. Wasted delivery before, or deliveries, I shouldn't say delivery, deliveries before outside the off stump, moving away from the right-hander, all were wide. However, that delivery between middle and leg and no movement at all off the seam from that delivery. And I think, though, and that should tell you something, I think he was trying for a lot of movement. That's why he was moving. The ball was pitching outside or way outside and calling the umpire, giving the umpire some exercise wides. But because at that last delivery, he says, let me just bowl straight. And he bowled straight, very good delivery, giving the batsman some work.
All right, so St. Mary are 7 without loss. Of course, this is the final of the Kingston Wharves under-15 competition, and it's Adrian Silvera who will pick up from the George Headley stand-in.
Well, Silvera just arrived back in the island. He's a national under-15 player. Played with the Jamaican team recently, a few days ago, last week, in the regional tournament. So he has some experience under his belt. Silvera.
So it's Silvera now. Left arm pace, the left hand opening batsman. Wide. And the proliferation of wide continues by both teams. And if there's one disappointing aspects to this game, Sean, it's that the bowlers from both sides have erred too much where their line is concerned.
Well, after giving kudos, Silvera just let me down. Just telling everyone that he's back from the national team, national regional competition, the national under-15 player.
See what he's got here. Wide in the other direction. This must be frustrating for the St. Elizabeth captain.
Frustrating for the bus driver, frustrating for the coach, frustrating for the physio. The coach had a long speech with his team. They were pretty confident when 113, 114 was needed before it was reduced, using Duckworth-Lewis method. But no, just 75 needed.
Has got to get his line right. Better. Squeezed out, square on the offside. And they take one, and they'll be coming back for the second fairly comfortably in the end.
If you look at Miller's stroke, though, coming forward, he came forward half-hearted. The ball did hit the outside half of the bat. And I'm not convinced with that stroke that he was in control of that stroke. Plus, he's in control of the deliveries from Silvera. I think he was feeling for it more so than playing a shot.
Again, down the leg side. And I know maybe it's sounding like a stock record at the moment, but it's just not good enough, really.
Have you ever played records before, Orville?
Yes, I have, actually. I was a selector at one point in my youth.
What set was that?
No, it wasn't a set. Well, it was called a component set.
It's a set nevertheless? Kenwood component set?
I don't remember what it was. We used to call it a component set.
Oh, my word.
There's Silvera, left arm pacer. Fairly solid defensive shot out towards Medan.
Now that was better. That was better indeed from Miller, playing the ball on the onside. You heard it though, the wheeler all across the ground here at Sabina Park, full face of the bat. Came half-hearted though, but played the ball on the onside.
12 without loss. Miller is on 2. Saunders is on 0. So 10 extras so far. Oh, that's a good delivery. And why he can't get that in that line and on that length more often. Look at this, Sean.
That's the best delivery he has bowled all innings, his first over. But Miller flirting with danger outside of his off stump, though. That delivery had some height, right length, went through to the wicket keeper with some pace on it.
12 runs gone and only 2 off the bat. That's just bad. That's something that they'll hope to do better with. And again, another good delivery through to the keeper, no run.
That was not a good delivery. That was a brilliant delivery, though. You saw the delivery, pitched up, and then just flirted outside the off stump. I'm going to look at it again, though. Look at the batsman being watchful, came across, but that was pretty close to the off stump. A brilliant delivery, held its own, maintained the line, went through to the wicket keeper. That's the line he should be bowling, though, because that's a line of uncertainty for Miller.
And he will try again, Silvera. And that bounced again. Bounced off a length. And then I thought that was pretty well played. Down to third man for the single.
The series of deliveries from Silvera made Miller play that way. He was unsure. Now, the delivery he faced before though, held his line outside the off stump, pretty close to the off stump. He realized that, came across though, and was very watchful, thinking it would have been done the same thing. Held his line and go through. It did not. It came back into the left-hander with some height. And that's why it surprised him.
Yes. Devontae Miller, well, he's gone for a change of bat. Maybe feels a new bat may give him a new technique.
Maybe. Well, Saunders should be facing up now.
So Saunders, the right-hander, faces, well, Silvera just checks his run. A good delivery that again. Was shaping back into the right-hander, if anything. End of over number 2. And St. Mary 14 without loss.
Well, we hear the rain coming down again. We don't know if the umpire is going to make a decision to continue with the light drizzle happening or going to call back the covers. But they're still continuing because they want a result in this final. They're hoping that the light drizzle over Sabina Park just to blow away with a light breeze over the ground. But that delivery from that young man, Silvera, into the right-hander, pitched outside the off-stop, coming into the right-hander, trying to cut him in two. Did not happen, though. The same length delivery and not the same bounce, so he bowled earlier on to the left-hander, which came back into the left-hander, but that came back with some height.
All right, so here's the start of another over. That's again down the leg side and again signal wide. Again, Adrian Silvera just not managing to get back to ball. And this is such a release of pressure, Sean. Although the batsmen aren't scoring, but the score is moving, so they won't feel the pressure. Now, if there were no runs at all, the scoreboard wasn't ticking. And although they need just 2+ per over, they are youngsters and they'd be, wanting to get bat and ball. But the fielding side is making it easy. It's a pressure-free environment at the moment.
Yeah. We spoke about indiscipline from St. Mary. Let's look at St. Elizabeth. Wow.
Taken by the man at slip, which tells you how much that ball swung away and, again, so wide.
Well,
look
let's
at the
look
movement on this.
Wow. But that was short, though. You had a lot of movement, though, but that was mid-pitch. Move to first slip. Smith has to get it right, has to get it together. If St. Elizabeth stand any chance at all.
I must say I'm a little bit disappointed. Will the umpire signal wide? It does. You would say it's a little bit harsh because the striker almost had to move himself out of the way, but once it's down the leg side.
That's not the rule. Once it's down the leg side, come on, you have a marker to leg side. If he moves his pads and it's close to the wicket, is that wide?
I think that was a.
I love to see that again.
Let's say that call could have gone the other way. The rule is that when the batsman moves, the line moves with him. Did he move just before the delivery?
Well, that I wanted to see the replay, but we'll get a look at it
Smith
later on.
From around the wicket now. And that's played out towards mid-wicket. No run.
That's a better delivery from Smith. Miller just playing the ball on the onside. And playing me barely across the wicket, though, Miller. Ball pitched about middle and off. Played the ball on the onside. Not necessarily fluent on the offside, Miller.
On the pad, but that was all heading down the leg side. And Devontae Miller couldn't get back to that. Look at this, just genuinely from around the wicket, just angling down leg. I was never ever going to get that.
Not at all. Jelly Smith with a half-hearted appeal to the umpire. Also, his teammates' half-hearted appeal. They hit the pads, so they're appealing for anything if they hit the pads. So they're behind the 8 ball.
Oh, another airy-fairy attempt at playing the ball by Devontae Miller. When they do get the deliveries right, they look like they could cause a few problems, but just not getting enough deliveries in the
Right areas.
in the proverbial right areas.
Well, Devontae Miller looks suspect outside his off stump, though. Looks suspect on the offside in terms of him driving. He tends to be an onside player. Loves to turn on the onside a lot when the deliveries come middle and off. Well, let's see if he goes into the right-hander.
Shall we comment on another wide ball?
Well, it's wide.
All right, another wide ball. What else can we say?
Well, we can say the extras has moved on to a 14.
It's just not what you'd be hoping to see from the two best teams
So
in local under 15 cricket.
So out of a total of 17, extras is 14.
It's just poor, Sean.
If you call that poor, that looks like a man walking with a Benz.
You need more deliveries there, young Jaleel Smith. You have to be able to pitch there far more frequently. The umpire may just have had a quiet word with him about running on.
Yeah.
And when you're coming from around the wicket, most bowlers practice from over the wicket where it's a natural tendency to veer to your left as a right-hander. But you can't veer to your left as quickly when you're bowling around the wicket because you'll be running on. So, from pretty close to the umpire, and that's driven. They should be getting a second here. In fact, it could go to the boundary. No, some good footwork.
A very good footwork, though.
Really just flicked away a square. And 2 more runs. Thought the batsman intended to go a lot straighter than that.
But you know what's funny, though? Devontae Miller has been dragging it. That hit the inside half of the bat, though, went on the onside. He has a tendency to angle his body to his right and play the ball on the onside. Naturally, he does that.
All right, so Smith now will try his luck to Saunders. Saunders not yet off the mark, by the way. He pulls out. Smith will try again.
I looked a little bit upset, though, when Saunders pulled out. Let's see what Smith has to offer.
Oy, that was fairly sharp. For a minute, Saunders thought of the hook shot. Realized that it was getting too big on him and wisely ducked out of the way.
I look back on this delivery from Smith. Mid shot with some bounce going into the right-hander. If he had any thoughts of pulling it or hooking, it came out of his mind once he realized the ball was swinging back into his body.
Yeah, pretty steep. St. Mary at the moment on a cruise. They haven't lost any wicket. They are 20 without loss. They're
So he did some math back in the day, though.
a little bit.
How much do they need now?
20 from 75.
Go ahead. School's challenge quiz.
Well,
21.
it was 55 before. Now they need 54, I think.
Oh, my word.
But at this rate, they don't have to put bat to ball.
Not
They
at
just
all.
depend on these opening bowlers to keep spraying the ball around, and they'll get closer to the target. 21 runs gone, only 6 off the bat. So they've got 15 of 21 runs from wide deliveries. You just simply can't afford that.
Well, Saunders at the non-strikers end has faced 6 deliveries, and one coming into the right-hander earlier on to close out that over. But let's look at this delivery. let's not look at this delivery. Or they go through for one, they'll think of a second. But let's not look at that delivery.
I'm wondering if the ball is wet, Sean. But there was rain earlier. The outfield, I saw one or two fielders slipping around. It could very well be that they are operating with a slightly damp ball, because the incompetence is one thing, but I think that the ball may just be a little bit wet. Remember, we had rains for the better part of 2 hours. I'm going to be kind and say maybe, but I'm not seeing anybody trying to dry the ball, so good delivery that.
That's a better delivery from Silvera. Saunders lost outside the off stump, though. He has faced about 7 deliveries so far. Not confident at all in terms of his drive. He's been very limited in terms of driving, though. Miller, when he drives, he pulls it on the onside. So I'm not too confident with these two openers from St. Mary. None seems to want to come on the front foot. But Silvera's delivery, that was a brute of a delivery, beating that right-hander through to the wicket keeper.
In the air, out towards the man at third man, and they're slipping. They're coming back for the second, getting it easily in the end. If you look, the man at third man fumbled it. St. Mary now 25.
Well, at least Saunders is off the mark, though, after 8 deliveries faced. Was not in control of that shot. Peeled off the face of the bat, went down to the third man region, and dropped about a couple yards in front of the man at third man, though. But as you said before, in terms of the outfield, maybe slippery, but did not pick up cleanly. But I'm not still confident with Saunders, though, outside of his off stump.
Yeah, he's not really showing the kind of proficiency to put bat to ball on the length deliveries. That's, again, the keeper can't control, can't gather. He's a little bit livid with himself, but the St. Elizabeth team not helping themselves with the line of the deliveries, not helping themselves the way they're operating in the field either. They're making this pretty easy.
Look at the wicket keeper behind. Moved across, though, but there was some movement from Silvera. I'm not going to kill the wicket keeper. When it went through, it went back to the wicket keeper's left. When he came across the cover, used his legs to actually stop the ball from passing. But a little late swing after passing the batsman. That's what happened.
Miller, is that a drop catch, huh? Again, another misfield. That is what we're certain of. Would be interesting to see that again.
Well, what we're seeing again is the heavens opening again. But let's look at the replay.
Did it carry?
That I'm not sure.
The fielders didn't look overly perturbed. So may just have bounced before that fielder at point.
I'm proud of Miller, though, playing one ball on the offside. That's the best or the most he has done so far.
Oh, that's punched away. Square on the offside. And the rains may just have slowed up the outfield a little bit. They're back for the second.
Small drizzle happening, and that's a very good shot by Saunders. I think he's coming into confidence. He never looked the part earlier on in his innings. He has faced 10 deliveries so far for 4 runs. But the first 6 deliveries he faced never ever looked the part. Seemed like he belonged under 9, or in terms of coming in at 9, 10, or 11. But now he's showing that, hey, I mean business. I'm here for my parish, St. Mary, and we want to carry it home.
Silvera to Saunders again. And a quick single. Saunders, one of those batsmen that like to say leg side of the ball. He's clearly a player who favors the offside. And looks how he stands beside the ball with an intention to get it into the offside. That left foot coming down and to the left of the ball to open up that offside field. And that's the end of over number 4. Smith 2 overs, none for 14. 11 wides from Smith in 2 overs. Silvera, his 2 overs have cost 15 with 6 wides. So between these two, 17 wides. And that's, at this stage, quite disappointing. Now they're bringing out the rag. Well, put it back in, but...
Oh, they're using the rag on the ball there. They're using the rag on the ball.
Yeah. It's clear that the ball may be a little bit slippery at the moment. 30 without loss after 4.
Wow. Smith bowling, though, it slips out of his grasp, I think. And Saunders want to capitalize, but did not catch it. Hit the toe off the bat, went right back to the bowler. He wanted to play down the wicket, though. He could have played on the offside. He would have more control. There's still a light shower coming back again over Sabina Park. Umpires not looking in the direction of the covers because they know if they do that, the game may be called off.
Batsman with a change of bat. There was a woody sound on that drive. May just have done some damage to the blade there.
Well, look at the bat, though. The end of the bat was wrapped with tape. So that bat has gone through some hurricanes.
Well, let's say if a change in bat will bring about a change in fortunes. Steady drizzle, not enough to get the players off as Smith once more. Oh. And again, Saunders, as we said, likes to stay leg side of the ball. And that one followed him. Doesn't seem particularly keen on playing through the onside unless the ball is right up to him. But for those length deliveries, look how the left foot makes way. Just going down the leg side in order to open up the offside field. But that one followed him.
Do you listen Ding Dong?
Why?
The last song, last #1 song.
What did he say?
Hop, skip, or skip, hop?
I'm not sure.
You're not?
No.
Well, where he hopped a while ago, he was
Again,
dancing.
Sean, clearly an offside batsman.
So the way he danced a while ago, it seemed like he was listening to a Ding Dong song. Seemed like you don't listen dancehall, though.
Not, I'm dating myself, but I prefer 90s dancehall. No problem with Ding Dong, mind you. He's done some songs I like, including Holiday. How's my singing?
Not at all. Not here. Not here.
I'll continue with my day job.
Yeah. That should have never been your night job
In the first place. Huh? So Saunders, who has a propensity to back away and hit through the offside, he's doing that again, and that is exactly what he's done. And he slapped that pretty nicely. They have taken 2, and they should be coming back for the 3rd. Good running. And Saunders getting to play his game. He's looking to carve things through the offside practically with every ball. And he sent the St. Elizabeth team scampering after it. The outfield is a little bit slower than it was earlier. But they've taken 3 comfortable.
But also slippery, though. The fielding team have to be very careful when they approach that ball in the outfield. They did not want to attack it. So because they knew the grass was wet, they were like tippy-toeing to pick up the ball.
The kind of conditions, Sean, that is more suitable for football. I was a child and it rains a little bit. You enjoyed football, not necessarily cricket. And yes, I used to play, Sean. Pretty good too.
Let's concentrate on the cricket.
Indeed, we should. As Smith to Miller this time. Wide. Down the leg side. Takes St. Mary now to 34 without loss.
One thing is true. In St. Elizabeth innings, it was Mr. Extra that led the innings. And right now, in St. Mary's innings, it's Extras again who leads the innings.
Jalil Smith ups to come round the wicket. There's he drying the ball. And while we want to be calling it as we see it, these are youngsters and a slippery outfield, a brand new ball, causing a few problems. That's bowled him. Well, he finally got one in the right place. And Devontae Miller was trying to heave that over the top. Completely missed it. And loses his stumps. Maybe little hope in sight for St. Elizabeth. It's now 34 for 1.
Miller looked suspect from day one, to be honest. We spoke about it. We spoke about him not loving the offside. But he saw something full and Fletcher, 2 batsmen having a conversation. Not moving his legs, that's another thing. Not coming forward. And because of that, though, the demise of Miller going back to the pavilion for 8 runs.
Sean, this tells you that this is age group cricket. The non-striker walking halfway back,
Terry Saunders.
remonstrating with the striker. What kind of shot that, man? It was a pretty good delivery. It was Yorker length. It happens.
But if he had taken a step further, he'd have been able to punch the ball down the ground.
He thought it would come much fuller. It dipped and dipped a little bit late. But fine, you got a good ball. But your non-striker can do absolutely nothing about the fact that you're already out. He was walking all the way back.
He can do something, which he was doing.
Well, he can't get him to face another delivery. He was in the young man's ears all the way back to the boundary, saying God knows what. But I would imagine he's not telling you how brilliant he was.
Maybe he was in his own way. Maybe he was in his own way. Don't judge the body language, Joe.
So the new batsman. Flirtatious bat being offered. That comes from the keeper. End up over number 5. So 30-50.
Lavona Richards is a new batsman. Just facing on delivery. That ball pitched outside the off stump, looking at the bowling department so far for St. Elizabeth. Janine Smith has so far taken 1 for 18. And has looked the part though in some ways, and I use the term in some ways because many other times he has a lot of extras under his belt, double-digit extras under his belt.
Right, so here's the left arm pace for the batsman who, as I said, wants to go to the offside at every ball. He's working himself, Tyree Saunders. That ball, Sean, was a full toss with it past the pad on the leg stump. Look at that.
Wait for the Yorker though.
He took a late decision because he's backing away to hit the real offside of the ball. And that, if he was coming inside, that could easily have been a hand scoop. And this is something that the youngster Saunders will have to work on in his cricketing career. Sean will comment after this. Silvera bowls. He's not going to do too well at bowls. He's not strong off his pads at all.
Oh, I know what Silvera is trying to do though. He's bowling middle and leg more so because he's seen the young man Saunders back away not once, not twice, not 3 times in this inning so far after facing 17 deliveries. He knows that that's his thing, to back away and try to hit him on the outside. Silvera seeing that is not giving him the ball middle and off, or not giving the ball outside the off stump. Is more so bowling into his pads or middle and leg.
Intelligent bowling.
And the Yorker length.
Yeah, he realizes what's the batsman's strength. He's staying towards those pads. And let's see if Tyree Saunders now can have plan B. Here's Silvera. Look at that. Look at the back foot. He's definitely trying to open up the offside. He doesn't seem to have the on drive, Sean. Doesn't seem to have the flick shot. He seems predominantly, look out where the feet are. Look at the right foot, how far back that goes. Look at that. The left foot was heading towards mid-wicket by the time he played a ball that was dead straight.
Well, that's the thing. He tends to go back. Now, the back foot, as I mentioned, didn't move as much, though, to be honest. And the pace of the delivery from Silvera didn't allow him to.
But this is good bowling. Usually what we want to do, we're caught. Finally hit through the leg side, and they take 1, and will they be coming back for the second?
Yes, they will.
So that's where he wants the ball. This time though, the batsman did get bat and ball, but you wouldn't call it the classic on drive. It really just hit the ball through. This is the line maybe the batsman expecting it. Expecting to hit it a lot straighter, mind you. But he did get it for 2 through the ends.
The reason why it went on the onside because the ball was turning into the right-hander. If it wasn't, he was straight, he would try to play it down the ground or on the offside. That's the only reason, the inner half of the bat.
Silvera again. Oh, he hits that towards the man at mid-on. I'm sure he feels he should do much better with that.
Silvera was surprised.
Yeah.
When he heard the noise off the bat, he thought it was going to be a rocket going to the space. Realized it was a putt-putt. It wasn't going anywhere.
Look at the stance of the young Saunders. Not fully too wide, almost a 3/4 stance. And he's good old-fashioned swiping there, Sean.
Yeah, but the thing about it, though, he comes across, and I'm talking about for St. Elizabeth, Silvera. Silvera is watching Saunders come across or backing away, trying to hoist him down the ground or try to hoist him on the offside or try to hoist him on the leg side. Now, when he tends to do that, he opens up, and then I think that Saunders is opening up, leaving his off stump alone. And his off stump maybe wants to attract the ball. It's a possibility. It is a possibility, though. He has to do better than that. But let's see for this next over. Scoreline stands at 36 for 1. That's St. Mary searching for 75 runs for victory. Reduced total.
Jalil Smith without a slip. Has helped around towards fine leg. And he's a single in the end. 37 now for 1. Brings Saunders back on strike. He's 10 from 21.
So let's see what Saunders looking around, though. He is aggressive. He has an aggressive line in his mind. And looking around shows you that he's going to open his shoulders once again. That's in my estimation. And if he backs away to Smith, if Smith is dead on, he'll go back to the pavilion.
They're following him again. They're not allowing him to free their arms through the offside. That's actually good bowling. It's cramping him for room. And to those length deliveries, he doesn't tuck the ball into the onside. He'll try to bludgeon it down the ground, and because the bat is closed on impact, they're going through mid-wicket, mid-on. That's something he has to work on as Javon Richards back on strike.
Well, he needs to stop move around in the crease, though, to be honest. I mean, as the hand is up in the air to release the ball, he tends to just step across or step back.
Wide is it? Indeed it is. One more extra, one more wide, one more delivery that will have to be rebowled. Again, a shot without much conviction. Really just, in my time, they used to call that go fishing. You just throw out a line without any real conviction. That card game? Yeah. No. Isn't that what you do when you throw a line overboard?
No.
There's a way. There's a way to throw over the line. That's not hoping.
Yeah.
Well,
way to attract the fishes.
And down the leg side again, and again another wide.
Yeah, but he was hoping more so than anything else, though. And Smith has to get it together in his 4th over, though. Has to get it right. I mean, a lot of extras from Smith in this total of 40 for 1. Yeah, not only directly on the leg side, also wide on the offside.
So it's 41, remember, well, 40 for 1. Remember, they're looking to get 75. So just another 25 to get for St. Mary to lift the title. Another 25 to get.
Let me go down.
Oh, look at that.
Another what?
Another 25 runs.
Okay. What's the total to get?
Oh, Lord, it's another 35. The maths isn't that great.
No, 34.
Now 34. And this is probably the widest that we have seen so far. I mean, it's not getting better, Sean. It's actually getting worse.
One thing we can blame, though, is a wet outfielder, because every time he gets the ball back, Smith, he tends to take the rag out of his pocket and wipe over the ball. So what he's showing, even if it's not true, he's showing that he has poor grip on the ball. Doesn't have great grip on the ball at all. And because of that, it's flying all over the place.
Again, a wild heave by Richards. This would have been an interesting game, Sean, if there were not so many extras. How much is it? 22 extras? Take that away from 41. That's 19 now. 19 for one. Going into the 7th over would be a much different game.
A bigger game. A major plus if that was not there. That's a better delivery from Smith, though. Playing defensively on the offside, bringing the mid off, but that's a better delivery from Smith. Faced well by Richards, not playing an attacking shot, and defensively playing on the offside.
Yeah. I played that one that he probably didn't need to play at.
You saw the swing. Now the ball beat the right hand outside and swung back in. Wicketkeeper was very watchful and had to move to his left on the inside to collect that delivery. So he had some late swing on that delivery, and I think using the conditions to his advantage. Smith has taken 1 for 23 with 15 wides, none for 17 from Silvera, 6 wides to his name. So 15 wides out of the 23 runs he has conceded from 4 overs.
Yeah. The less said about that, the better. Now here's the left arm pacer. Silvera once more. Wide ball. Very wide.
It's a battle of the wides.
Well, you wouldn't be too far wrong.
But himself. Wait, but
Bowler now just checking his run. Realized that all wasn't in place. And just check the run.
But that ball signaled by the umpire. Pulling out of his run-up. I would say before, not happy. Again, you see Saunders pulling away. And I think, though, Silvera should be bowling more so to the off stump because he tends to pull away. If he bowls full length to the off stump, Saunders is going to be in some problem.
Well, Saunders, that is a leg stump half volley, 99% of batsmen would be looking to hit that through mid-on or to flick it through mid-wicket. He's trying to hit between mid-off and extra cover to deliver his even pitched outside leg stump. There he goes again. This time, same pace wasn't on it, but he had the presence of mind to check the shot. And squeeze it out square on the offside for a single. Brings back Giovanni Richards in strike. Only has 1 run to his credit. Wide again down the leg side. Another wide signaled. 44 now for 1. Silvera met with that ramrod straight defensive bat. No run. Squeezed out towards third man. Good piece of fielding on the third man boundary. 1 more run. It's now 45 for 1. And St. Mary inching ever so close to this total of 75, which they need to win. St. Elizabeth team had scored 113 from, well, before they were bowled out. And we lost maybe close to 2 hours with rain at the Duckworth-Lewis system. Means that St. Mary now need only 75 from 33 overs. And Saunders, as always, away. The ball nowhere near close to him by the time he backed away. Look at this replay. Look where the left foot is, pointing almost towards mid-wicket, while the ball is maybe 12 inches outside off. And he's bowled him. Could we have a little flutter here? Again, looking to hit through the offside by clearing that front foot out. And the desired result, if you are a St. Elizabeth supporter, bowling Saunders neck and crop. It's 45 for 2. So we'll be seeing some spin for the first time. I don't think this is Jaleel Smith, though. played out into the onside and no run resulting. I don't think that is Janiel Smith. We'll get that in a little while. You new bowler bowling what appears to be off spinners. Again, just dropped the ball on his flannel, rehearsing that he should have gone down the ground. Yeah, heading down leg. Really was never going to get the umpire to be interested in that. Bowler is Binns. And Richards punches it back down the ground. Couldn't beat Binns. Binns again. And he's slapping that out towards deepish mid-off. Right at the edge of the circle. Gets a single. 46 now for 2. Remember, the magic number is 75. So the new batsman is Bell, Rushan Bell. Well, he's stylishly forward to that. End of over number 9, it's 46 for 2. Looks to be very compact defensively. Rushan Bell looks fairly well organized. He's technically looking quite good at the moment. Playing the off spinner quite well, judging length well and going forward or going back. Now he pulls that out towards the man at mid wicket. Again a misfield. .49 for 2 now. And here's a shot. Looks to be a full toss. It was. And Bell, not the most robustly built youngster. Maybe doesn't have the strength to hit too far. But he manages to hit through mid-wicket for a single. Brings back Javon Richards on strike. That's nicely worked out towards square leg and no run resulting. And he said on the pad, the umpire, there was a stifled appeal. Appealing, but that one was down the leg side. That's coming off the outside half, down to third man, and an easy single. That's the 50 up. So St. Mary 50 for 2. And that's played out towards just forward of square. And no runs in the offing at that time. I was lucky there not to get an outside edge. And the total now 50 for 2.
Was he lucky?
Yeah, you could say that. Wasn't the most convincing shot. Getting some turn back into the right-handed batsman. 50 for 2, St. Mary cruising home. You would think at the moment that they'd have to be very careless to lose it from here.
Well, who's at the non-strikers end, though? You remember the leg spinner?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Was it Boyd?
The boy was Boyd. Yes, it was. He and Bell has the same height.
Oh, he pulls that towards mid-wicket for a single. He looks fairly decent, you know, Sean. He's going to be a good cricketer, this youngster called Boyd.
Boyd? The leg spinner? Or
Yeah.
Bell?
Or is it Bennett or Boyd?
No, there's Bell batting now, but there's
Bell. No, I like Bell as well.
Yeah. But Boyd is about 13.
Yeah, I'm looking at Bell, who is the non-striker at the moment.
Yeah.
And he is probably the best organized batsman on show this evening in terms of the way he gets into position, the way he presents a straight bat, the way how he moves easily between front and back foot. He's very small, which means that he will not pack too much of a punch. But just look at him when he gets back on strike. He's very, very technically, I wouldn't want to overdo it, but he's very sound technically. Javon Richards is the man on strike. And I would argue that Rashawn Bell might be the most technically composed batsman we have seen on show, which doesn't guarantee you runs, mind you. But it means that as he develops and as he gets stronger, he probably could be one to watch.
Good delivery this from Brown outside the off stump. Richards playing at that delivery.
Yeah, Richards getting a dead straight delivery and pushes out into the offside for no run.
So I'm looking at how many overs has elapsed. This is the 12th over. They continue like this, though. Has to be a victor. Has to be a result.
That's driven, but not timed at all.
Richards looking at his bat. Why do batsmen do that, though, Orville? I mean, when they play a false stroke, they tend to look at their bat and say, you're the reason why.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you that he did all the right thing, but the bat betrayed him.
Oh,
Was trying to hit that much too hard. Lost his shape.
And then he looked at the bat. Maybe he's saying maybe he cracked the bat, though, and projected scores I see on the screen.
So there's Bell, 3 from 9. Richards, 4 from 23.
Yeah.
51 for 2.
Richards has been there for some time, though. On the last wicket that fell, we told you before, all the bowler has to do is bowl on the off stump. He was backing away all the time. In the meantime, Giovanni Richards and Bell will be facing up to the bowling of Binns.
I told you that I think he is the best technical player. I hope he doesn't let me down.
Well, for his sake, I hope he doesn't let down himself and his teammates.
Oh, yeah, it does look good. Off the back foot, punching square. Does have something about him.
So 23 runs needed. I'm not even looking at how many deliveries are left. 23 runs needed, though.
Oh,
wow.
He was backing away to cut. Inside edge. Down towards short, fine leg. And St. Mary continues to find the going relatively easy at the moment. If you're the neutral, you'd want to see just maybe another wicket or two. He was cutting against the spin, which is something that you are advised not to do.
Well, let's see what happens now.
That's a delivery that's punched up into the covers for no run.
Richards was at the non-strikers and watched the delivery from Binns and saw how Bell handled it. And this time he says he's not going on the back foot like what Bell did. He stood up and punched.
So Binns being fairly economical. None for 3. He's in his 3rd over, so he's not giving away much. He's dead straight, hitting a length, hitting a line. He's not flighting a lot. He's saying to the batsman, if you want me, you've got to come for me. Now they went for him, and that's a drop catch. That would have been interesting. Hit straight to the man at short extra cover. And this is a chance that they'll rule. Short ball. He hit it straight to the man at extra cover.
I wouldn't say straight, though, more so to his left, though, but he should have easily taken that. I know he hit with some power, though.
Yeah, here's Bell. He's bowled him.
So Binns getting the wicket of Bell, flighted delivery, and Bell playing all over that delivery. No spin, just flighted, and misjudged it, played over it, and that's the 3rd wicket of St. Mary. I'm not going to say a spot of bother, though, but St. Mary losing their 3rd wicket. You call it. Bell looked good in playing his shots, looked technically good. However, he misjudged the flight, and he has gone back to the pavilion, and St. Mary losing their 3rd wicket. Richards is there on 5 from 26 over. Binns has taken his 1st wicket in his 3rd over, 1 for 4.
Yeah, commentators curse if ever there was one. He ought to have done a little bit better with that. It was a delivery that was pitched right up. You want, if anything, Sean, for these deliveries to hit you in the feet. Can't be driving out ball down like that. That's just careless. The ball dipped on him, and he wouldn't be the first batsman to have misjudged length, and he won't be the last.
No, Smith, Silvera, and Baines all taking 1 wicket apiece, and 1 for 23, 1 for 21, and 1 for 4. Those are the successful bowlers so far for St. Elizabeth.
So here's the new batsman. Well, no, that's Richards on strike. I'll tell you who the non-striker is in a little bit.
So 12 overs being bowled.
Shim is the new batsman. As Richards steers that out to the cover region but can't score. Kevin Brown in his 3rd over, none for 4, so he too has been economical. And the spinners have done a fairly good job here for the St. Elizabeth team.
Well, Shim more known for his bowling capabilities. Oh, that's movement there. More so than the batting. But he can swing a willow, can play forward, can play straight at Shim. Let's look back at this delivery from Brown outside the off stump and beat just a jagged
It was a really
turn.
good ball, you know, Sean. It didn't come back into the right-handed batsman as an off spinner, which is what you expect. It held its line. That almost goes the other way. In fact, that almost looked as if he does have the ability for the drifter to leave the right-handed. The more you looked at that delivery, the more top class it looked.
That's what it did. It jagged when it landed, it pitched, it jagged the other way. So it beat the batsman all ends up.
Not too many off spinners have the ability to get the ball to leave the right-hander with a clean action. Usually when they can do that, some funny elbows going on. Well, you be the judge.
Well, the pitch was perfect, though, to be honest. Where it pitched was perfect. The line was perfect. And that delivery was perfect. The only thing was needed for the batsman to have edged the ball to the wicketkeeper.
You get the feeling that you need somebody from the St. Mary team to play a little cameo, a little 10 or a little 12. Somebody to put back to ball. Maybe that's why Shim is there, because another wicket or two now, Sean, could make it interesting. Just 32. No, 22 to get.
Oh, you're on the ball now. You're on the ball.
My maths is working.
You're on the ball. No, you started out well, wavered somewhat, but now you're back on the ball.
So 22 to get, which might sound like it's not a lot, but another wicket or two, and they are 5 down with lesser batsmen to come. Panic could set in. I've seen stranger things happen, especially with the youngsters at this age.
Well, you said earlier on, though, that spin is not necessarily being played well
There we go.
by the local batsmen.
And they continue to do that, then you don't have to be able to play spin well.
You have to do anything at all. Just give the umpire some work.
There you go.
And make the total increase. Now 54.
Binns, you've got to pitch it. You've got to pitch it. Make it a contest. Don't give away easy runs now. Not that.
And that's a no ball, signaled by the umpire.
And that's for a ball that didn't pitch before
Waistline.
the waistline.
Went over the waist.
Did the umpire signal?
Did he signal?
Hit?
Yes, he did.
That was a poor delivery. So this should be hitting anywhere. This is a free hit.
So a free hit, no ball, signaled by the umpire. Fly to deliver again, coming forward.
And he hits that out towards the deep mid-wicket region. The non-striker has fallen to the ground. And again, the wrong end. All right, so that's 2 more runs. It's Richards on strike again from Binns down the leg side, and I'm sure they'll signal a wide. They'll run 1. Let's see what the umpire will do. 2 wides. You get the wide naturally for the wide ball, and then whatever you run after that. So that will be 2 further extras. And the game slipping away from St. Elizabeth. And that's punched off the back foot, back down towards extra cover. Binns it is. And Shim gets one that genuinely spins into him. Has to be careful because the off spinner is getting the ball to come back quite a long way. In the end, he played it pretty well, though. Down the leg side. More extras. 1 more. Oh, that's a leg by being signaled. If it wasn't a leg by, it would have been a wide. It's very far away down the leg side. And that's hit down towards mid-on. They take off for an easy single. Hesitated a little bit, but single was always on.
Let me be sarcastic, though. It's going to be tight to the end. Well, let me not be that sarcastic. But to be honest, though, 60 runs on the board for the St. Mary team. They look that they're home and dry.
This one is worked out towards forward of square. Not the greatest of throws. And the St. Mary and the smattering of spectators finding their voices something to cheer about. St. Mary continues to cruise to this 75 target.
Well, with extras of 30 on the board, you have to be cruising, though, to be honest. And the total 61 runs on the board for 2, and searching for 75 runs for victory. Forget about the overs of 33. That won't play, that won't take effect in this innings or in this match. But right now they're getting confident. They're getting confident as they are the crease and they are batting along. So while they're going confident, they're seeing the winning total. It was a little bit, now it's getting bigger, it's getting bigger. Now it's a huge blimp in front of them. They're basically mentally there in terms of them winning this contest.
And can you imagine, Sean, take away those 31 extras from 61. 31 for 3 now. Chasing 75 in a final at Sabina Park, a game that they'll remember for the rest of their natural lives. And they know that when they go back to their respective communities tomorrow, people will be talking about it. Nerves set in. But St. Mary haven't been made to work too hard for this small target because St. Elizabeth have sprayed it all around. Still not over by any means.
Not at all.
So cricket is the game of glorious uncertainties. I remember playing a match one time, you know, Sean. My team made...
Under 15?
No.
Okay.
But I was probably about 15.
But not under 15?
No. We played a community team in a place in St. Elizabeth called Joyland. I'll tell you about that.
Story time.
Oh, that's a pleasant punch off the back foot. The opposing team made 79. My team, we were 61 for 1. Guess which team won the game?
I don't know. You tell me or tell us.
Drive out towards cover. And no run. But Richards growing in confidence. He's looking a lot more assured at the crease. And he pushes that out towards mid-on. Shim wanted a single. Wisely sent back. No run.
So Shim mostly noted for taking wickets now at the batting crease in his maroon helmet.
Oh, Shim is the one on strike? Oh, Shim is the one on strike. It's Richards at the other end. Oh, that's a wide ball. More extras. More opportunities for the batting team to get runs on the board without doing much.
62 runs on the board, 31 extras.
Exactly half.
Wow.
That's my maths. Punch down towards mid-on.
Doing exceptionally well this afternoon, though.
62 on the board, 31 extras, 50%. My percentages are good. And my maths not too shabby. Shim, punch off the back foot. That peels off the outside half. That will go down towards third man. And they're coming back for a very, very comfortable second. And they say it's not over until the fat lady sings. I'm thinking that she's now clearing her throat a little bit. Where did that statement come from? It's not over till the fat lady sings. Here's Shim trying to really just bludgeon that down the ground. Didn't get any touch. Through to the keeper. 63 for 2. They need just another 12 runs to win. And look at that. Really agricultural heave over long on. Really wasn't close to it in the end. I'm saying he knows a little bit about agricultural shots. Not anymore. All right, so here's another over. And this time it's Richards on strike. And he plays that pleasantly enough out towards mid-off. And takes off for an easy single. There you go. There's an easy single and offer. You don't want singles. Singles now, you want the batsman to be hitting over the top to beat you. Well, that's worked away nicely out towards fine leg. This could go all the way into the boundary. It does. That's 4. And there's the cheer you may be hearing in the background. And 4 more runs to St. Mary. Good shot that by Shim. Waited on it. And just flicked it around the wide long leg boundary of a 4. He's working that up towards mid-on. Flighted delivery. But Shim not tempted to go for the over-ambitious shot. Still prepared to bide his time. He's 8 from 14 is Shim. Javon Richards at the other end is also on 8, but some 34 deliveries faced. And Shim has been looking just to get on with it without being careless. It's not as if he's going hell for leather, but he's just trying to be a touch more positive. He's on the back foot and plays and misses.
Well, Shim losing concentration there, fighting delivery, a bit slow. He thought about going on the front foot though, C. Richards will have a word with him. He thought about going on the front foot, then went on the back foot and played like he was in air-fair mood. Now, if you're not going to play out the delivery, leave it alone. And he was in 3 minds, not 2 minds, but in 3 minds a short while ago. But he has to do better than that, keep his concentration. Yes, they need few runs to win, single digits to win. But let's see what he'll do with this delivery.
You said it is story time, Sean. I have another one for you. Punched into the offside. Lovely shot that. Not fielded well. They'll be coming back for the second. And I think the fat lady now has started her first syllable or 2.
You didn't see her before? She was practicing.
Look at the shot. Short, he was on the back foot, punching nicely, but you'd have to think that the feeling wasn't all that great. And St. Mary now within touching distance of lifting the title.
Oh my
Just 5 to get. Driven out towards long on. This could be 2. And they're doing it confidently at the moment.
Well, my good friend Garfield Robinson is here from the Observer to take the pictures. The way we see Shinley posing, seems like he knows that he's here.
Indeed. So you said something about 2 minds. Now there's a game that I remember, and this poor bowler was being whacked all around by this batsman. I think there was maybe 22 of the over. And the wicket-keeper said very sarcastically, "Good going bowler, you've got the batsman in 2 minds. He's not sure whether to hit it for 6 or 4. Scores are now tied, we're being told. The board says 72. The score here says, we're just double checking at the moment. It's not tied. So did you get that one, Sean? I was telling you that there was this bowler bowling in a rural game, and the batsman was hitting him all over the park. 22 off the over. And the captain said to the poor bowler, "Good going. The batsman is in 2 minds. He's not sure whether to hit it for 4 or 6. 2 minds indeed. He doesn't, if he can't decide whether to hit it for 4 or 6, you do have him in 2 minds. Huh? Will St. Mary do it in this over though? Oh, that's a full toss and hit down the ground. They'll only get 1. One run now. They're suggesting that it's now tied.
Is it tied?
Well, play it out towards cover. Some bounce on it. So we are now being told that the scores are tied. The scoreboard has it at 73. The official scores are saying it's 74. And that's hit over the top.
Well, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4, that should do it.
Take 2 here, and that could be it for St. Mary. They won the under 15 title, the Kingston Wharves. The umpires are just checking just to make sure that the official scored us. But the youngsters are celebrating. They're running onto the field, as you're going to be seeing just about now. They have convinced that they have won it.
Well, the scoreboard says 75. They had 73.
So that's it.
That could be it. So
St. Mary lifting the title. A deserved win, Sean. They played the better cricket throughout the day.
Yeah, to be honest, they did play the better cricket though. But both teams, they did. In terms of St. Mary, they had 2 good bowlers in St. Elizabeth, pardon me. They had 2 good bowlers in their camp, but for the St. Mary team, they bowled a bit better. They bowled the better team. They had extras, yes, but in terms of the 2 teams, they looked the better team on the day.
All right, so that's just about it. That's just about it from where we are. St. Mary winning by 7 wickets via the Duckworth-Lewis method. St. Elizabeth had made 113, but with rain interrupting, St. Mary were asked to get 75 from 33. They got that 75 from 17.4. So in the end, a fairly comprehensive win. That's it from us at the commentator's box. Hopefully next year, we'll be back. Miss Murdo, ready to go? All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the presentation ceremony of the 31st staging of the Kingston Wharves Under 15 cricket competition. Before we do anything else, we want you to put your hands together. Cricket is being played again. Big up to Kingston Wharves. Let me see you now. Put your hands together. And big up to the two teams that reached the final. So there are a lot of teams into the competition. Big up the St. Mary team. Big up to St. Elizabeth as well. All right, there are a lot of cricket dignitaries in the place. I don't want to start calling names and forget anybody, but one or two of them will be here at the presentation booth, so you'll get to see them. But again, we are happy to see cricket here, send to the final, and these youngsters, I hope you realize that this could be the stepping stone to some other things to come. All right, before we go any further, you know that in Jamaica we love prayer, and we're not going to start the proceedings without utterances to the Most High, and we are going to ask Mrs. Michelle Cromby, Mrs. Cromwell of the JCA, to say a word in prayer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let us pray. Most righteous God and the Father, as we come to you today, thank you for love, thank you for your kindness, thank you for your grace. Thank you that you prepare a wonderful day for us, that we can have a match. Thank you for your children and that they enjoy themselves, and thank you for the winner. Thank you for the parents that have been supported and the friends, the families. Mighty God, I just want to cover us, each one of us this evening. In Jesus' name, amen.
I like when the prayer is short and sweet like that, right? All right, so the next step we move on is, I say a part mark, welcome from MC, but I think I did that already. But let me just take the opportunity to big up again the sponsors, big up to Kingston Wharves, big up to the JCA for their part. Clap them people, yeah. Once cricket is, many are getting the chance to play in competitive cricket for 2 years, and just the opportunity to be at Sabina Park, and you all won't forget this. I'll tell you that. Sure, you would have heard that many of Jamaica's, the West Indies' best cricketers would have played in this same competition. Cherish the moment. Look around at your teammates. 10, 12 years from now, you'll be able to say, me did play at Sabina Park under Kingston Wharves competition. Them both the jerseys they want to have on, keep them as memorabilia, because one day you'll tell your grandchildren the picture, carry them home, because they probably won't believe you, but to not have them as memorabilia to, you know, to throughout the years. All right, so it's time now for remarks, and the first in line is the president of the Cricket Association, Mr. Wilford Billy Heaven, who will now have a few words.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Let me begin by saying, as I did some weeks ago, that cricket is alive and well in Jamaica. Today we have a good match, although truncated in parts by the weather. It was nonetheless a very good match. Before I even say another word, let me say heartiest thanks to Kingston Wharves for this, their 31st year in partnership with the Jamaica Cricket Association at the under 15 level. None of you who played in the competition today is even half that age. You know, you're under 15s. So you're not even half of 31. To just show you how long Kingston Wharves has been with us here at the JCA. And I want to thank you, sir, and your company, and management, staff, board, everyone. I know the process that this decision would have gone through for the support to come our way here at JCA. And then to the teams, all 17 teams that participated in this competition, I want to commend them, the clubs and the parishes that participated in it. Today we had the final of the Saints. We have St. Elizabeth and Mary. And of course, St. Mary came out as the champion, and I want us all to give St. Mary a hearty round of applause. I also want to say to St. Elizabeth, well done, well played. The fact is we could only have one winner. But at the end of it, players will come from all the teams that participated in this competition. And I encourage you to continue along that pathway so that you too, as a player, can develop and become a player of choice in not only local cricket, but in international cricket as well. Someone out of St. Mary said to me earlier that St. Mary is now the cricket capital of Jamaica. I'm not going to refute that because St. Mary has done remarkably well over the last couple of years in the development of cricket and players in Jamaica and has contributed significantly to our national program as well. So on behalf of the JCA, thanks everyone. St. Mary, congratulations, commendations to St. Elizabeth, and to all the other teams and support staff. Have a good evening. Thank you for participating, and may God bless you.
Oh, all right. So do we halt the thing a little bit? All right. So that go round that side. All right. So we are a little bit too far from the sound. All right. So we're ready now? All right. So thank you, Mr. President. And now we'll have another gentleman making a presentation. And you know that as nice as it is to play cricket, somebody has got to pay the tab. These nice looking jerseys, umpires, grounds, and all that kind of thing has got to be paid for. And again, we take the opportunity to thank Kingston Wharves very much for the part that they have played in making all this happen. And to give his own marks, Mr. Alfred McDonald, Commercial Logistics Manager for Kingston Wharves Limited. And clap him, him may not play this Bosa cricket in them Bosa jersey. Mr. McDonald, up to you, sir.
All right. Congratulations, congratulations, everyone. Congratulations. I want to, on behalf of Kingston Wharves, salute each one of you. And I'd like to ensure that everyone here feels very comfortable with the fact that Kingston Wharves has been on board for 31 years. And based on what we have seen today, we may very well just do another 31 years or more. Acknowledge the officials who are here today. Certainly want to salute Mr. Heaven. Thank you so much for the comments. MC, Mr. Higgins. Recognize as well Mr. Courtney Francis, also Mr. Cruikshank. Thank you so much for all that you have done in organizing these arrangements. Not coming through. Are you? Is this better? Yes. Great. All right. So I'd like to just share some information with you regarding this competition and how we feel as Kingston Wharves about what you have done today. So Kingston Wharves is very pleased to be involved in the U-15 cricket competition for over these 31 years. And we feel that this competition has a vital role in the development of our young people, both for local and international competition. We recognize that the U-15 national team just returned from competition and placed 5th in that competition. And what we feel in Kingston Wharves is that certainly all persons who play locally and internationally on behalf of the West Indies and the region, they actually have to come through a competition. And Kingston Wharves is very proud that we have contributed to the national and international development of cricket. And we are very, very happy about that. We'd like to let the players know, and also is that we are tremendously proud of your determination and your resilience. We are talking about youngsters who have not played competitive cricket for the last 2 years. And you have to endure the challenges of COVID-19. You've had to work through online learning. You've had to deal with a number of factors that some of us didn't have to deal with in our time. So the fact that you have come through like this as shining gold, and believe me, the two teams here today, you have arisen to the top. We say congratulations to you. You're at the top group. And just like in Grenada, there were challenges with weather and other challenges, we know that whatever challenges will come your way, you have demonstrated a resilience that you will not give up. And the cricket competition this year showed us that kind of resilience. As a result of the participation of our national team in the regional, we believe that certainly our national players will improve their game going forward. And certainly in subsequent years, we anticipate that our national team will progress even further, not just fifth, but up to the top. And this competition will help them to do so. This year's competition saw some real commendable action during the course of the various rounds. Over 4 centuries and 11 5-wicket hauls by 9 players. The competition is abuzz with achievement, and we want to mention a name in particular, the name Abigail Bryce, the first female to score a century in the U-15 competition. I salute you. I don't know if I can do it, so I want to tell you, you've done well. This is an excellent accomplishment and shows that the competition is also unlocking the potential of our young ladies. Congratulations. Kingston Wharves is pleased with the results, and this has given us the impetus to continue to make what we believe are critical investments in our youth going forward. We take this opportunity, therefore, to congratulate all the teams, and especially St. Elizabeth, we salute you, and St. Mary, we salute you. And we want to say, St. Mary, you did a great game, as well as your competition. You know that only one could emerge at the top. So congratulations, we are so proud of you. We also want to congratulate the Jamaica Cricket Association on another successful tournament and for your continued commitment in partnering on the development of sports and kit in Jamaica. Let me leave you with a statement, a quote, in fact, from a cricketer. He was, there was a legacy before I came in. It was my job to take the baton, held tight, and run like hell. That's what Vivian Richards. Well, young people, this is your time to hold the baton or to hold the bat tightly. Run your race and continue the illustrious legacy of the Kingston Wharves under-15 cricket competition, and also for other tournaments to come. Congratulations once again on behalf of the executive board and my colleagues here of Kingston Wharves. Congratulations. Have a great evening. God bless you.
To Kingston Wharves, eh? All right.
I'm an MC at a cricket function for some local youth, and she said, you must give her one cricket joke. You cannot be conversing with youngsters and you give her one joke before we hand over to Mr. Cruikshank for the presentation of the special award. So I'm going to give the youngsters. This one is for the youngsters, the adults, not your time. So there was a little match, youngsters, yeah? 2 teams, maybe under 12 playing. One team made about 70 runs. Coach Lazar, you listen now, yeah? And the other team was losing wickets rapidly. So they've gone 20 for 2, 20 for 3, 25 for 4. And the coach was saying, why are my players? Because everybody's swiping the boundary. The youngster went out. First ball. And the coach said, him said, but yourself, you use my head coach. So he bucked the ball out of the wicket. That was my joke. Oh, don't laugh now, man. Careful how you tell people to use them head. Right, so that was my cricket joke for the day. And now we have a chance for Mr. O'Neill Cruikshank, the cricket operations officer, very hard-working man, to do the special awards. Mr. Cruikshank, clap him, people.
Thank you, Orville. And I'm very glad to forego the review because Rain may be here. I don't want to have the youngsters. Mr. McDonald did a wonderful job of some of the things that I want to say. But I just want to offer my congratulations to all of you youngsters. So we're going to go into the presentation. Kingston, a lot of things to So we're going to start with the that scored the most runs. It is okay. To make sure the media is okay. All right, so what have the most runs? The most runs for the under 15 22 goes to Kevon Brown of St. Elizabeth. He had 330 runs with a highest score of 159. And Kevon bowls also, you know, very good. The most wickets, Giovanni Shim of St. Mary. Giovanni had 23 wickets. Now you would have heard Mr. McDonough earlier said 2 bowlers had 2 5-wicket hauls. We upgraded that today because we now have 1 bowler having 3 5-wicket hauls. Giovanni Shim. To our best wicket keeper. We normally leave our wicket keepers award, but we're not going to do that today. So our best wicket keeper award goes to David Dwar of Kensington Cricket Club. Had 9 dismissals, including 4 stumpings. Before we go into the bigger awards, I'm going to invite Mr. Alfred Thompson. Don't leave, Miss Mother. Don't leave. I'm going to invite Mr. Alfred Triple A, providing a lot of gears for cricketers to come forward. And he's going to make a special award to the special young lady, Miss Abigail Bryce. And in that bag, I know there's a bat, there's cricket pads, there's gloves, and shoes. Okay. So Abigail, looking to see you continue to play cricket. And Abigail is still able to play under 19 cricket, and she will. And Kingston Wharves will provide her with a bursary. I've always said to youngsters, this is where you can start to show that you can earn. And I know her mother is here, so she can give her mother that first check to show that she's earning in cricket. So mommy, just make sure she continue to play cricket. More checks coming. Simone, I'm just going to ask you to step aside a little before you do the others. I'm going to ask Mr. Fritz, our second VP, still here, to come forward and to provide the trophies and replicas to our match officials. Officials still here? Umpires, scorer. Are my umpires still here? The umpires are not here. No, the official scorer. Is the official scorer here? We normally reward our match officials on the day so that they have a keepsake. So to our scorer for today, Mr. Sian Samuels. Thank you very much, Mr. Sian Samuels. Mr. Sian Samuels from Boys Town. Thank you, Mr. Harris. Yes. Normally we ask every team to nominate their most valuable player. And we do that so that if any parent have any issue with this selection, they don't come to the JCA, they go and take it up with the teams. So I want to make that clear. The JCA did not make these selections. So the onus is on the teams. So the MVP for the St. Elizabeth Cricket Association is Kevon Brown. You would have already known that he made 330 runs, but he also took 16 wickets. St. Mary has selected Giovanni Shim as their most valuable player for Kingston Wharves 2022. And Mr. Shim, so that you don't walk too much, we will also provide Mr. Shim with the MVP of the final. He had 5 for 33 and 13 not out. there are trophies, and there is money. No, we can't say that. That's private. But we just want to say that cricket pays. And we have been saying that for a while. Thank you very much, Mrs. Murdoch. Let me invite the president of the JCA to come forward and to present to the St. Elizabeth Cricket Association the runner-up trophy for Kingston Wharves 2022. Captain, will you lead up your team? And the others should follow. Money again. Money again. And I want all you persons who are here, spectators and players, to go and tell it far and wide that cricket pays. Let me advise the members that are here that some of these, happy birthday to the young man, Rashawn Lewis. So his teammates must owe him something for taking him to the final and having him on the run-up team. But the last two gentlemen you see in this line are members of the Jamaica under-15 team. The president here with the fast bowler for the Jamaica under-15 team. And I know St. Mary themselves have members of the Jamaica under-15 team present in their ranks today. Can the manager come forward? The manager for the St. Elizabeth team. Yes. He can collect the rest of medals for his team. And the rest of the runner-up tokens. Let's hear it for the St. Elizabeth under-15 team. Mr. McDonald. And the bag said champion. In this case, I'm going to ask the captain to come up last. Captain, you get to the back. Leave it. Champions today, St. Mary Cricket Association. I think the president said that St. Mary is taking over cricket in Jamaica. They have been winning SDC, JCA 50 over, coming back to the final. They were in this last version of the final in 2019. St. Mary must be doing something very, very good. So we have young Nayan. Another member of the Jamaica under 15 team. Just returned from tournament. These are some serious cricketers now. They're going to go very far. These guys don't smile at all. But I invite the manager to follow suit. Just ahead of the captain, please. Just ahead of the captain. And while the captain collects his personal award, we will just reach for the trophy. Can the members of the St. Mary team come forward? Come forward. So the presentation for the champions.
Push it down, I mean, push it down, take it up on the screen. Oh. Streaming live.
She open it. She open it. So to the champions. So to the champions of Kingston Wharves 2022 St. Mary's.
All right, so thank you, Mr. O'Neill Cruikshank. Going to put on our hands together, and again, big up to St. Mary. The presentation ceremony has just ended. Again, big up to Mr. McDonald, Miss Murdoch, and the rest of the Kingston Wharves crew. To the JCA, Mr. Billy Heaven, Mr. Harris, Mr. Francis, sir. Good. And also Mr. Cruikshank. Big up to all of you. Thank you for being here. And of course, thanks to the MC for doing such a wonderful.
And there is some refreshment in the club lounge, so we're asking all the players and those who want to partake, you can go to the club lounge to have some after-match refreshment. Thank you.